Hello guys and welcome back. This is part 3 of the Angular training that we are going through, and in this part we'll be talking about the lifecycle hooks in Angular components and routing related topics and concepts. These are the few things that we'll be talking about. We'll first start with the component lifecycle hooks, then we'll see what routing is in Angular application and how it is basically the very important and essential aspect of a single page application. After that, we'll talk about child routes, route parameters, and then guards that can be used to prevent the user from accessing a particular route or navigating away from a particular route. Okay, so in this next section, we'll talk about the component lifecycle hooks, and I'm quite pumped up to tell you guys all about it. So I'll see you in the next video. Thanks. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section, we talked about component and directive lifecycle hooks in an Angular application, and in this section, we'll talk about routing. Now, one of the very important behavior exhibited by an Angular application is whenever a particular link is clicked to load a new view onto the web page, generally there isn't a page request that goes onto the server. Okay. Initially, when we talked about the behaviors exhibited by a single page application as compared to the behavior of a normal web application, we saw that whenever an Angular application loads, an initial request is sent out to the server to fetch the whole application package that contains some JavaScript and some views and some code that tells Angular which particular view to load in which particular case. Okay, so that is what happens in case of routing in an Angular application. Okay, whenever Angular has to, or whenever Angular is asked to load a new view onto the screen, Angular does not send out a new request to the server. Instead, there is a configuration that is provided to Angular, and this configuration is basically a mapping of the route that is reached and the component that Angular has to load when a particular route is reached. Okay, so say for example in this application, whenever we basically have three components: the home component, the blog component, and the about component. And whenever a particular route is reached, say an empty route, we have a mapping in Angular that says that whenever an empty route is reached, it has to navigate the user to the home component, or it has to load the home component onto the container. If the blog route is reached, then it has to load the blog component, and when the about route is reached, it has to load the about component. Okay, this is generally a behavior that that gives single page applications more of a desktop like feeling, and single page applications are for the same reason faster as compared to normal websites. Okay, now routing is a very important part of this behavior that single page applications exhibit. Okay, so and it is quite simple to implement routing in Angular applications. Okay, now let's just quickly see how exactly can we do that in this video, and in the next video we'll actually get our hands dirty in code and see how routing can be implemented in an Angular application. Okay, so for routing purposes, it's really highly recommended to create a new module. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. We'll be creating a new module named the app routing module. Now this is recommended because we really want to separate or segregate the code for different functionalities and purposes in different files or different modules. Okay, so that's what we are going to do here. Since this particular piece of code will only be there inside our application for routing purposes, we'll create a new module for it. Okay, so we'll create an app routing module, and we have to import the router module that Angular ships with, which helps us in implementing routing in our Angular applications. Okay, so we'll import router module and routes from Angular/router package. Then we will import that in our app routing module. Okay, then we'll create a configuration. This configuration will have objects with keys path and component. Now the path key specifies that whenever this particular path is reached, it has to load the component that has been specified by the component key for that particular route object. Okay, so this is basically a configuration that has to be provided. After that, once we define this configuration, we have to call the for root method on the router module and pass it this configuration as an argument like so. Okay, now once we do that, we'll simply import the router module like so, and so that the user of our app routing module can use this router module, will also have to export it from this particular module. Okay, now what we will do is we will simply import the app routing module in our root module, that is the app module, and then we will be able to use routing. Now, one important thing we will have to do is uh, we will have to specify the router outlet tag. Now, this router outlet tag basically acts as a container for new views to get loaded. Okay, what we have done by specifying the route configuration is that we have told Angular that whenever a particular route is reached, it has to load a component at a particular place, but we hadn't really specified that place yet. So that is something that we will do with the help of the router outlet tag. With the help of the router outlet tag, we will specify that Angular has to load a particular component when a particular route is reached at this particular place. Okay, so this was the basics of routing that Angular application has. In the next video, we will actually see this getting implemented in code. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section, we'll actually get down to coding and implement routing in our Angular application. Okay, so let me first just open up a new terminal here, and I'll create say about 3 components using Angular CLI. So let me start by doing that. So I'll generate component inside the components folder, and I'll name them say home as my first component. Okay, and this might take some time. So it got created. Now I'll create the about component here, and I'll also create the say home and about, and say blog as another component. Okay, so now the components are created. Let me just go quickly to the Bootstrap's website so that I can quickly get the navigation bar up and running. Okay, so for that what I'll do is I'll create another component. I'll call this header. Okay, and meanwhile that gets created, I'll just copy the navbar markup that we had here. So right from here till here, so I'll copy this and go back, and now in my header component, let's see, where are the components that got created? I'll refresh this. Okay, I got them now. Okay, so I'll go to the header component, and inside that I'll simply paste the markup that I've copied for the navigation bar. Okay, now let's see what all things do we actually need and what all things we don't really need here. Okay, so I don't really need this. I don't really need a form, so I'll get rid of both of these. Then I have a few anchor tags here, and this looks something like this. Okay, so I got rid of this form and this, and also this drop down hopefully. Okay, and action, another action, and no, these are also a part of this UL, so I'm gonna get rid of this drop down as well right here. All right, so now I'll just have the link here, and the link here. Okay, and we'll have the brand here. Okay, so far so good. I'll just save this and I'll go back to my app component, and instead of the app message list that I've already included here, I'll just get rid of this and add app hyphen header like so, and let's save this. Now ngserve is already running in the other terminal, so if I go back to my application here, I should see a navbar like so. Okay, all right. Now right now there isn't really anything that's happening here, so let's get going and let's start to build our routing module. So I need to create a new module in that case, and to do that I'll simply clear this up and generate a new module. So I need to generate a module, so I'll type m for that, and I'll name this module app-routing. Okay, and this should create a module for me, this one right here. So I'll go to this module and I'll start with the basics. So I don't really need any component or a pipe or a directive here, so I'll get rid of the declarations array. I'll need the I don't really need things like for each and any other such sort of a directive in here, so I'll get rid of the common module as well. Okay, what I need though is the ng module decorator, because I need to decorate this class with it so that Angular knows that this class is a this class is a module. And apart from that, I also need two things. So I don't really remember the names as of now, so I'll just first import and from this, and then I'll go back here and I'll get IntelliSense. So I need router module and I need routes. Okay, and now I'll first need to import the router module like so, and I'll also export the router module from here so that the module that is importing this module knows about it. Okay, now we need to provide some configuration to our Angular application so that it knows which particular component to load in case a particular route is reached. So what I will do is I'll create a const app routes, which is of type routes, which again is an array of routes. Okay, so each object in this array contains a path. Okay, say home. Okay, and the component that would be loaded when that particular path is reached. So I'll specify that like so. When home is reached, I need to load the home component, so that is something that I'll have to import. After that, I have the blog path, and when the blog path is reached, I need to load the blog component. Okay, this should be path and not path, like so. And finally, we have the about route that should load up the about component like so. Okay, now I have the routes ready with me. The second thing that I'll have to do is I'll have to call the for route method on my router module and pass the app routes to it. Okay, now I can safely use this module and import it in my root module, that is my app module, like so. This is something that I have to import, so I imported it like this. Now what I generally prefer is to keep all the modules and building blocks that I have created at the bottom like so, and all the modules that have been given to us by Angular at the top like so. And in that case, I also like to do some sort of an alphabetical order arrangement in here, like so. So if that is something that we should be following, this should come at the top like so, and then we have B, and then H, and then M, like so. Okay. That way it's easier for us to just get a hold of a particular component or a particular import statement here. Okay. All right. Now we have defined the configuration. We have imported the app routing module inside our app module, that is our root module, and now we'll be able to use routing in our Angular application. So uh, let's see if right now. Okay, one more thing that I'll have to specify is the place at which Angular should, Angular should place the component. Okay, so that is something that I'll specify here using the router outlet tag, and that is something that is also provided by Angular router. So that's why we are able to use it. Now Angular app is already running here. So if I go here and in the address bar, if I type, let me just, okay, let me just close all of the tabs to the right, and let me just um, resize this like so, so that it's readable. Okay, I'll expand this so that it's visible properly. Okay, and if I go to say home, it should load up the home component for me. Okay, if I go to blog, sorry, blot is nothing in here, so it's going to give me an error because we haven't handled the route if it is not defined. So if I go back and go to blog, then it should load the blog component for me. And if I go to about, then it should load the about component for me. Okay, but the links aren't really working right here, so that is something that we should do next. So I'll go back to the header component, and in here if brand is clicked, then in the href I should specify /home. If so if this is the link, I'll just get rid of this right here. Okay, I'll simply use this one. And we have two more routes like about and blog. And if the user taps about, then the user should be navigated to about. If blog is the case, to blog. Let's save this, go back to the application. And now if right now I'm on about, so it will take me to about. If I click on blog, it should take me to blog. And on the brand, let's just rename the brand to say home. If I save this and go back, if I click on home, it should navigate the user to home. Okay, but we aren't really using the concepts of a single page application, right? Whenever we are clicking on a particular link, it's essentially reloading the application like so, right? And that is slowing down the application as well, because it's taking some time for this particular component to load on the view. Okay, and that is something that we don't really want. We want this app to not reload whenever we click on a particular link. Now to do that, Angular gives us Angular gives us a directive that we can use, and the name of the directive is router link. Okay, so I've used router link here, and now if I save this and go back to the application, if I click on about, the about component is loaded, the route is also changed to about, and the application will not reload. Just have a look at this one if I click on blog. Okay, so now the whole application seems to work without any issues in this case. Okay, now Angular also comes with a directive that can be applied on a link tag. Okay, and the name of that directive is router link active, and this specifies this automatically judges which particular route is active right now, and based on that, whatever class we specify over here is applied to that particular list item. Okay, so let's do that as well for this one. If I save this now and let it reload, if I click on about, we'll see that about is getting highlighted, and the about is the actual route that is being active right now. If I click on blog, then blog is going to be active. So router link active is another directive that can be used for such a purpose, in which we specify the name of the directive and the class we need to get that particular list item appended with once this particular route is active. Okay, so I guess this sums up the whole routing process that you can use to implement routing in Angular applications. Now, in the next section, we'll talk about child routes, wherein if say there is a child route like say blog, and this is the title of that of an article in there, and if I select that particular blog, then it should take me to a particular child route or so. Okay, so that is something that we'll see in the next video. We'll also see how we can handle these errors by catching if a particular route does not exist. Okay, so that is all that we'll be having a look at in the next video. So I'll see you guys on the other side. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. So far what we have right now with our Angular application is a view something like this, where we have the routes in place and it's working as expected without reloading the application. Now let's also add one more route here that would be for the users section, so that we can go ahead and have a look at child routing as well. So I'll be creating a new component here, and let me just call this component users, and this will create the users component. So let's also do something like first let me close all of these, and inside the app routing module I will create a route for users as well. So users, and this is going to load up the users component like so. Now I will also add a link to that inside my app header, so this should take to the users section like so. Let's save that, and now let's work on the users module or the users component. So I'll open up the users components template, and I don't really have anything here right now. Let's just undo that and let's save that and first test if the users block is loading. So yeah, the users component is loading fine. Now what I will do is I'll create a list of users in here, and then I will present them onto the screen using an unordered list. So inside the users component, I don't really have any users as of now, so I'm going to quickly go to a website known as jsonplaceholder.typecode.com, and this provides us with a mock API that can be used. So it has a section for users, and this is the JSON data for all the users that we can get from this API. So I'm going to copy that, and let's just go back to the application here and create some users. So I'll create a variable here named users. Let's define this as of type any as of now, and paste all the data that we had and just format it a bit. Now let me just wrap this into a single line, and I don't really need the constructor and the ng on it, so I'm gonna get rid of those, and I'll have to get rid of the implement ng on it as well, and this import statement as well at the top. Now I'll go back to the users component, and I'll create a div here with a class of container, Inside this div, I need an unordered list with a class of list-group, and inside that I need a list item with a class of list group item. Now I press enter, and this is the markup that gets generated by Emmet. Now in here I'll use the, let me just wrap this in the next line, and I'll use the ng for directive that gets that comes with Angular, and in here I'll specify something like let user of users, and now in here I already have the users in place right here inside my components class, so I will simply first log their names, so user.name, something like that. Let's save this and check if this works. So I'll go back to the application, and I see a list of users getting printed right here like so. Now let's just convert this into links, so that whenever a particular user clicks on them, then they're navigated to the right hand side section wherein they can see their details. So I will use a link here, and with instead of an href I'm going to again use the router link, and here I will use let me just cut this text from here and paste this inside this anchor tag, and in here let me just specify the router link as /. Let's save this and go back to the application, and now all these are links. If I hover over them, I can see at the bottom left hand section of the screen that says that it will take me to the localhost :4200. That is going to be the root route, but instead what I want here is that I should be navigated to user/1 in case, or the user slash the ID of this particular user. If I go back to the JSON placeholder, I also see some ID for a particular user right here. So I can use the ID of this user in this case. So I can either use the string interpolation syntax and do something like user.id, and if I save this now then and go back to the application, this is now going to take me to localhost :4200 / the ID of the user, but again that is something that we don't really want. So I'm going to use the relative route in this case, so I'll do /, and let's save this now and go back to the application and check where it takes us now. So it now takes us to users / the ID of that particular user. So what I did here is that I used the relative route by specifying a dot before this absolute route, and this would take me to the route wherein the user is currently present. That would be the users route, this one, and after that it will take me to the ID of that particular user. So this is going to be something like user/1 and user / the ID of that particular user. And after that, let's also specify a right hand side section wherein we will be seeing the details of that particular user. So let's create another division here and wrap this unordered list as well inside a division. So I'll cut that, paste it over here, and let's just indent this a bit. I'll also create another division here, and now in here I'll specify a class of call md say 4, and to take up the rest of the space I'll specify the class of call md 8 here, and in here I will use some other component. So let's create that. I'm going to create a user detail component, and I will be using that user detail component here. Let's save this, and now if I check, I see a list something like this. But if I navigate to a particular user here. Let's say, for example, if I click on one of these links, I am going to get an error. So we will be having a look at fixing this error in the next video. So I'll see you guys there. Hello guys, and welcome back. So one quick thing before we start to implement child routing in our components is that we can alternatively, instead of simply creating a link over here, we can alternatively also create a separate user component that we can pass this user to as an input property. So to do that, we can create a component here. So I'll create a component named user inside the components folder. So ng g for generate c for component, and inside the components folder I'm gonna create a user component. Now this will create a user component here, and to this user component I'm gonna pass a user property. So I don't really need the constructor and the ng on init, so I'm gonna get rid of those, and for that I'll also have to get rid of the implements here and the on init here. But instead I need an input property, so I'll create an input property here. I'm gonna call it user, like so. Now we can go to the users component and just copy this link that we have here. Let's copy that and paste it inside the user components template, like so. And finally we can go to the users component again, and instead of typing the link here, I'm going to use the app-user tag for the user component that we just created, and I'm going to pass it a user with the property binding syntax and the user that we specify here. Now once I save this, and since the ng server is already running, I should see some similar results. And this time as well, if I hover over the links on the bottom left hand side section of the screen, I can see that it is taking me to the route user / the ID of the user. But this time, instead of specifying a link here, an anchor tag here, we have abstracted that into a user component here, and we are simply created an input property on the user component, and we passed that user to the user property and used the app user component, like so. Hello guys, and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about child routing and fetching the query parameters and route parameters inside the class. Okay, so let's say we have a UI like this, wherein we have some users inside the users tab, okay, like so. And if I click on a particular user, the details of that particular user should be displayed right on the right hand side of the screen. Okay, so let's say if I click on John Doe right now, I get an error, and that is because it's going to this path user /1, okay, but it is not able to find that path there. Okay, so let's first do something to fix this error, and afterwards we'll just have a look at child routing. So I'll go to my app routing module here, and let's say if a particular path does not exist. Okay, so we do that by using this. Okay, so we are specifying a wildcard, which what Angular will do in this case is it will first check whether that particular route that we have specified is a part of one of these. Okay, and if it is not a part of these, then it will be caught by the catch all route. And if that is the case, I want to redirect the user to the home route. Okay, and I'll also specify path match as full right now. Okay, we'll see what path match is in a later video, but right now let's just bear with me. Okay, if I save this now and go back to the application, if I click on John Doe, it should redirect me to home, and that should be an expected behavior. Why is that? Because it first looked for user /1 in all these routes, but it was not able to, and that's why it resolved to the last catch all route, and redirected me to the home route, like so. Okay. Now, let's say we wanted to get the user's details right here inside this particular section. What are we going to do in that case? Let's first see which particular route the user goes to when I hover over this particular link. Okay, so the user is expected to go to localhost :4200/user/1, as can be seen from the bottom left hand side section of the screen. Okay, and same is the case with the other users. The user for the second will go to user/2, for the third as 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. Okay, now for that we'll have to define some child routes on this particular path here. To do that, we can also specify a children key to this route object, and then this key will contain a path, something like what we have here for the routes. Okay, so something like that. Okay, now in here, let's say if the path, sorry, so if the path is :id, in that case I want to specify the component as user details component, like so. Okay, let's see, why am I getting an error here? It says it cannot find path. Oh, that is because I am supposed to wrap this thing in a as an object, but that is something that I didn't do. Okay, now it's not complaining about anything. Okay, and also if suppose if there isn't something, okay, so if this is empty, in that case I just want to load placeholder component. Now I don't really have the placeholder component with me right now, so let me just quickly create that using Angular CLI, like so, and it got created. So if I import it from here, I should be good. Okay, all right. So it should now load the user details component for me. Okay, and if this is empty, then it should load the placeholder component. So if I save this and go back here, if I go to say users, right now I don't really have a user, so ideally this should be user, not the user details, but it should be it should be the placeholder component. Okay, now as with the parent routes, there is also something with the child routes, wherein we specify where exactly we want Angular to place the template of that child component. Okay, basically what I mean by that is whenever a particular route is reached, Angular places this component specified by the component key here inside the router outlet, right? So if that is the case with the parent routes, that should also be the case with the child routes, right? So in the users component, right, let's just go back to the users component template, and in here we have right now specified just the app user details, and that's why we are seeing the app user details here. But ideally the expected behavior is that when there is no user selected, then this should show the placeholder tag, while if the user is selected, then this particular place should show the user details. Okay, so what I'm going to do in that case is, instead of the user detail hard coded over here, I will place another router outlet here, like so. Okay, and just remove this one, and if I save this now, ideally this should be placed with the placeholder text, like so. Okay, this is the default text for any particular component that gets created with Angular CLI, so that is something that that should not be taken care of right now. Now if I go back and click on one of the links here, then this placeholder works text should be replaced by user details works. Okay, so if I say click on this, it should say user details work. Okay, so that should mean that I am right now at the user slash one route, and that's why it's showing me the user details works text right now. Okay, and that is because it loaded up the user details component at that place. Okay, if I go back to the blogs and then again go back to the users right now, since there won't be any user any child route to be activated here, it would show me that placeholder works. Let me just make this very clear by typing some text in the placeholder uh, template like so. So I'll type something like, please select a user to see their details like so. Okay, and now this is the text that is going to be shown. And if I let me also just change the text in the user details component. So I'll do something like details of the user. Okay, so if I click on John Doe, then it will say details of the user. Now it's loading the user details component for me, but ideally what I'd require is that I should see the details of that particular user here as well. Okay, so in that case, what I can do is I can simply get a hold of this particular route parameter, and then with the help of that route parameter, I can just query the user list and get the details of that particular user here. Okay, so right now for that, I'll probably have to implement a service, but that is something that I'll be showing you guys to do in later sections. Right now, what we'll do is we'll simply copy the data that we have here in the users component. Okay, and I'll place it inside the user details component like so. Okay, and I'll save this. And now whenever this particular route is reached, then I'll just get a hold of this ID right here. Okay, and then for this ID, I'll search this ID in the users array and get the object with that particular ID and simply show the details like ID, name, and email for that particular user. Okay, so to do that, I'll need to inject something as a dependency here, and that something is the activated route object. Okay, so I'll do it right away. Activated route, and this is of type activated route, and that is something that we need to import from Angular router. Okay, and now in the ng on init, when the component gets initialized, I can simply, okay, I'll have to specify this as private so that it gets registered as a property as a private property on this component. So now if I need to access it, I'll have to access it using this dot activated route, and then it has something called params. Okay, and params is, if I hover over this, it is of type observable. Okay, so in case of observables, let's just do something like call a method named subscribe on it. Okay, now just to give you a brief overview, just in case as in case of promises that you might know, whenever there is a promise, we chain a dot then function to it and call and pass a callback function to it like so. In case of observable, since this is an observable, instead of the then method, we will pass the subscribe method. Okay, and to the subscribe method, the first argument or the first callback that we pass will return the successful response. Okay, so the successful response that we receive here is the params. Okay, like so, and let's just log these params to the console. like so. Okay. I'll also type something like got the params as this. And if I save this now and go back to the application, it will say that got the params as, and this is the object that I got, and this is the ID, that is 1, and that is the same ID that I saw here. If I click on some other object, say Jacob Wriggling, I will get the ID as 2. Okay, and this argument or this parameter right here is something that we specified in the child route, this. Okay, if I change this to say user ID and save this, instead of ID we will be getting user ID, like so. Okay, all right, now if we have the ID here and we already have the users array inside the user details here, I can simply use that ID, okay, to get the user that I want, right, to get the details of the user. So that's what I'm going to do. Now if you can see, the ID that I receive here is in the form of a string, so I'll first have to convert it into number, and to do that I will simply do params dot user ID, and I'll place a plus sign over here. What this will do is it will convert this particular string into a number, and now since I have this array here, I can call a map function on it. Okay, I'll have to do something like this dot users dot map, and this will receive one user at a time. Okay, and this is supposed to return a user such that user dot id equal to this that we have right here. Okay, and I don't really think we'll need a return here, so I'll get rid of that. And let's say we have the user property defined here, which is of type any as of now. Okay, so I can assign what we got from here to this user, like so, and then on the UI we can simply use this user to print out the details. So like user ID, which would be user.id, I'll copy these lines. User name would be user.name, and email would be user.email, like so. If I save this now and go back to the application, since I'm on the second user, I should see the user details, but I didn't get any details. Let's see what went wrong here. So I'll go back here and I'll open up user details component, and I'll place a breakpoint over here. Now let's see what went wrong. So if I reload this application, I got the user ID as 2, but the response from this, I guess, went wrong. Okay, so this returned a map. Okay, I guess I implemented the map in a wrong way. I'm not really sure. Let's just return the user with this user ID from here. Save this and go back to the application. Return, reload. And if I go here now, and run this dot user should be Okay, this returned true or false. That is something that I don't want. Let's see. Okay, my bad. I guess instead of map, I should be using some other method. So let's try. Yeah, okay. Filter is a method that should return. What does filter returns? Filter returns an array, I guess. So it returns the element of an array that meets the condition specified by the callback function. Okay, so this should return an array. So I'll get the 0th index of it and save this. And if I go back, let's see if we have the user. Okay, so we have the user here now. If I resume it, I should see the user's details. Okay, so I'll just remove it like this. And let's also just break these lines so that it's more, you know, visible right here. So I'll place a line break after each of them, like so, and with this as well, and save this. I'll get rid of the breakpoint here, and I should see the details of that particular user. Okay, so that's how you can implement child routing in your Angular applications. Okay, let's also see how we can get a hold of query params. So say if I wanted something like username equals Pete. Okay, and let's see what can be done to get a hold of this username right here. Okay, so in that case, um, just like activated routes, there's also something that can be, or maybe we can do that with the activated routes itself. Okay, so just like params, activated route has query params. Okay, and that is again an observable. Okay, so again we'll have to call a subscribe method on it, and this will receive QS. I'll simply log the QS that we got to the console, got the query string as QS, like so. Okay, and if I save this now and go back to the application, okay, I'll just switch over right here and go to the console, and it didn't show me anything. Let's just do something like this, and yeah, now I got the username as Pete, and that's what I entered right here. Okay, if there are multiple query parameters like and insta equals Peter, I should get both those query parameters inside this object. Okay, so this is how you can get a hold of the parameters and query parameters in Angular using the activated route. Okay, in the next section, we will talk about guards and some other things related to Angular routing. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section we talked about something related to path match strategies. So let's talk about that in some greater detail in this video. Okay, so by default, I mean there are basically two path match strategies. First one is full that we saw here. The other one is prefix. Okay, so by default that is the path match strategy for a particular route object. Okay, so let's say path match is equal to prefix. Let's set that. Okay, and let's save this. So this is the default strategy. Now in this strategy, what Angular is going to do is, if let's say it sees a path like you know http colon front slash local host colon 4200 slash users, okay, and slash an id, let's say 1, okay. What Angular will do in this case is it will break down this particular path into multiple routes, okay, or multiple sections of a particular route. So this would be the first section and this would be the second section. Now if the path match is set to prefix, then if Angular sees a particular route, let's say users, it will then go ahead with the child routes if there is anything else after this particular section, okay. So right now there is one, so it will go ahead and have a look at its children. It will say that okay, there is one route that matches this particular route. So what it will do is it will load this particular component onto the view in one of the router outlets, okay. But let's say if we specify this as full, what Angular will do is it will check for this particular route, and if this particular route, um, sorry, this one, okay, and if this particular route is not available, in that case it will redirect the user to the catch-all route, okay. So even if we specify this, since this particular route is user/1, this particular route won't be able to specify it, okay. And then since this is not specifying it, it will not go to the children and search for this route, okay. So it will redirect the user to the home route, okay. Let's see that in action. I've specified the path match to full. So if I go back to the application, go back to users and select one of the users, instead of showing the details in this details section, it will navigate the user to the home route like so, okay. So again, if path match is full, instead of the segmented path that we provide, Angular will be looking for a full path match, okay. If there was this something like /1 and path match was set to full, and if I saved this, then in that case, if I selected users, or let's say if I went to users/1, in that case only it will show this particular route to us, okay. That is because the path match is set to full in this case, okay. Let me just get rid of this again and save this, and now instead of path match set to full, I'll again set it to prefix, and now again, or I'll just remove this thing entirely, which would eventually make the path match to set to prefix, okay. And in that case, Angular will again use the segmented strategy. It will segment the route parameters in a way that if it finds a particular segment, then it will go ahead and look at its children routes for a particular path that satisfies that particular segment, okay. So this was it regarding path match. If I go back now and I go back to the user's route, select one of them, then I should see the details of that particular user, okay. So this was it regarding path match strategies. In the let's also quickly talk about um, some of the types of routes there are in Angular. So we have something called absolute path, that is simple front slash that takes the user to port slash the name of the path that is specified, okay. So let's see our header component here, okay. Right now what this is doing is it's taking the user to localhost colon 4200 slash about, okay. But in here in the user component, let me just get a hold of that, okay. It's not open right now. So in the user component here, I have simply user.id. Okay, so I haven't specified a front slash in front of it, right? So what this will do is it will take me uh, or it will append this particular thing right after the current path there is. Okay, when the user is on this particular view, then we will assume that user is on the user's route, and if I select one of these links, then the user or the user ID would be appended to the current route, that is the user's route. Okay, and that is the relative path that we have specified. So if we don't specify anything, or if we specify dot front slash before something, then it would take us to, or it would append that particular route after the current route. Okay, so if I did something like dot slash and saved this, this should hopefully give me the same behavior as expected. So if I click on, say, Jacob Riglin, it should take me to Jacob Riglin details, and so on and so forth. Okay, and then finally we have the parent path, wherein it should take the user to the to one of the parent routes that the user is on right now. Okay, so if let's say I have a link in here. Okay, I'll specify the link with a separator here. I'll specify an anchor with an router link of, let's say, dot dot slash. Okay, this is going to take me to the home route. So let's save this, go back to the application. Okay, and if this is the home, if I select this, then it's going to take me to localhost colon 4200, as you can see, and that path will eventually lead us back to the home because we haven't specified anything in case of empty. Okay, so in case of empty, since none of these routes would be specified or satisfied, it would eventually fall back to the catch-all route, and it would eventually navigate us back to home. So if I click on home, it should take me to home. Okay, so these are the three routing paths or routing path strategies that we can follow while we use them. Okay, in the next video, we will talk about guards in Angular and how we can use and implement them, and then what all are the use cases wherein we can use guards. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. So in this section, we'll talk about guards in an Angular application. Okay, so guards are basically some sorts of well, literally guards that prevent us from navigating to or from a particular route in an Angular application. Okay, so they are basically some code that runs whenever we try to navigate to or away from a particular route. Okay, and then this navigation logic checks whether we are allowed to navigate to or navigate away from a particular route, and if this returns true, then only we are allowed to navigate away or to from a route. Otherwise, we are redirected in some of the cases, or we are not allowed to pass through. Okay, so they basically allow us they basically allow us to restrict access to certain routes in our application to certain users or to certain routes on which we aren't really allowed access. Like, say for example, if I'm not an authenticated user and there is a dashboard, there's a user dashboard, and if I try to navigate to that dashboard without logging in, then these guards come into picture, and they don't really allow us to navigate to that route. While on the other hand, there might also be some guards wherein if I'm filling a form and if I accidentally or intentionally clicked on a particular link, then they prevent me from navigating away from the current route. Okay. Apart from that, guards also do something like fetch up some data before a particular view is loaded that might require that data. Okay, And there are a lot of other use cases wherein we can use guards in an Angular application. Okay, now guards themselves are essentially simply some TypeScript classes that have or that can have dependencies injected into them. Okay, so what they do is they have some code that basically validates or confirms before navigating to or away from a route. Okay, and they contain some functions that returns a boolean or an observable and a promise that eventually resolves to a boolean. Okay, now navigation is carried out if the boolean that is returned is true, else the navigation is prevented. Okay, now a single route can have multiple guards and they will be executed in the order of the injection of their in the order of their injection. Okay, so in Angular, these are the 5 types of guards that we have. There is a can activate guard that checks if the user can visit a particular route. Then there is a can activate child guard that checks if a user can visit a route's children's. We have already talked about children routes, right? So this is something that would actually check whether a user is authorized, or whether a user is allowed to navigate to a particular child route. Then we have the can deactivate guard that checks if the user can exit a particular route. Then we have the can load guard that checks if lazy loaded modules should be loaded, and this is something that is generally used in a very advanced use case, and this requires an understanding of lazy loaded modules. So this is something that we won't be checking out in this series. So that's one thing. And lastly, we have the resolve guard that essentially gets all the data that is required by a particular component that gets loaded when a particular route is reached, and for that particular component's view, this data is required. Okay, so these are all the types of guards that we have in an Angular application. Now we'll first start with the can activate and the can activate child guards, and we'll then look at can deactivate guard and the resolve guard. Okay, so I'll start with the can activate and can activate child guards in the next video, so I'll see you in that video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about the can activate and the can activate child guards. Now can activate checks to see if the user can visit a route, and can activate child checks if the user can visit the children of a particular route. Okay, so basically what we need to do in creating these guards is to create a class that is decorated with an injectable decorator, which would eventually convert uh, them into a service, and then we'll have to implement the can activate and or the can activate child interfaces from @angular/router. Okay, now based on which particular interface we have implemented, we'll have to define a method, either can activate or can activate child, that would accept these two arguments, a route and a state, the route being an activated route snapshot instance, while a state being a router state snapshot. Okay, and then inside these two functions, we will have some logic that would eventually return a boolean or an observable or a promise wrapping a boolean. Okay, and then this particular boolean is going to decide if the user is going to navigate to a particular route, whether it is a parent route or a child route. Okay, and after that, once we have created those guards, then we can simply add them to the can activate or the can activate child property arrays in the route configuration object. Okay, and these are mostly used for checking if the user has logged in and has whether sufficient privileges to navigate to a particular route. Okay, so let's say for example in this section right now I'm able to navigate to basically all the routes here, like so. Okay, now let's say if I wanted the only some users to have access to the blogs section. Okay, so what I can do in that case is I can implement uh, a can activate guard in that case. Okay, so to do that I'll just create a guard using Angular CLI. So I'll do ng g for generate, g for guard, and in the guards folder I'll create an auth guard. Now since Angular is not going to create a folder for me for this auth guard, I'll wrap this, or I'll specify um, one more element in this path, and then I should expect to see a folder named guards created for me, inside which there would be a folder named auth, and inside that auth folder will have the guard files. Okay, now by default some of the code is already provided to us by Angular CLI. Okay, and this by default implements a can activate guard. That is what we are going to use here. Now since it is implementing the can activate interface, it is defining a method named can activate that is accepting two arguments, next and state, next being an instance of the activated route snapshot, while state being uh, an instance of the router state snapshot. Okay, and this is going to return either a boolean or a promise wrapping a boolean or an observable wrapping a boolean, which eventually returns a boolean right here. Okay, so right now it's true. Okay, I'll just save this, and in the app routing module, if I have to use it, I'll have to add the providers array. Okay, and to the providers array I'll have to register this guard. So I'll do something like auth guard. That is something that I'll have to import, okay, from its specified path. And let me just cut this from here and paste it right here so that we have an alphabetical sequence. And now in the blog route object, I can specify a can activate property with a value of an array, and in this array the first element would be that auth guard. Okay, so now whenever we try to navigate to blog, what Angular will do is Angular will see that it has a can activate guard. Okay, which essentially, which essentially takes us to the auth guard, inside which we have this method implemented, and whatever this returns will determine or will decide whether the user should be allowed to navigate to that particular guard or to that particular route or not. Okay, so if I save this now and go back, okay, I'm still on the blog. If I go to users and I click on blog, I'm still able to navigate to the blog route right here. Okay, that is because the auth guards can activate method here returns true. Okay, if I change this to false though, like so, and save this, if I go back now, it won't allow me to navigate to blog. So if I uh, click this as many times as I want, it won't be allowing me to navigate to the blog section. Okay, it will redirect me to my localhost :4200. That is my root route. Okay, so that is something that that a can activate guard can do. Okay, now let's say I wanted to navigate. I wanted to prevent the user from navigating to this particular child route here. Okay, or these child routes over here. Okay, so that is something that can be done using can activate child, and that is something that we'll be seeing next. So now to implement can activate child, what we can do is we can use the same auth guard. Okay, now instead of implementing the can activate interface, we'll be implementing the can activate child interface, and can activate child is something that we'll have to import from Angular router. Okay, and now since I'm implementing the can activate child method, I'll need to define a method inside my class, my auth guard class, that says can activate child. And now can activate child again will have things like next, which is again an activated route snapshot. Okay, and this would also receive a state that is a router state snapshot. Okay, and this would eventually return an observable of type boolean or a promise which is of type boolean or simply a boolean. Okay, so right now I'm simply returning a boolean, but essentially we can use a service call here that would determine whether a user is logged in or not, and then based on that it would return true or false based on the logged in state of a user. Okay, so I can now return false from here. Okay, and to use the can activate child guard inside my app routing module, I'll use it for this. So if I say specify the can activate child property here, and this would be auth guard. Okay, essentially it should prevent me from navigating to a child route. Okay, but then it should allow me to navigate to users. Okay, but if we have an empty path over here like so, then it won't allow me to navigate to the users route as well, because essentially user slash nothing is just the parent route, that is users. So it is something that Angular will not allow me to do. So I'll just comment this one out as of now, and let's save this and check if it is allowing me to navigate to users. Okay, so right now the blog is not accessible, okay, because the guard is returning false. Users is accessible because on the users we have used it on the child route, so we have used the can activate child guard over there. Okay, so essentially I can navigate to the users guard or to the users route, but if I try to navigate to one of the child routes, let's say this one, which would take me to user slash 2, then it won't allow me to navigate to that particular route. I'm trying to click on this a lot of times, but it's not allowing me to navigate to that particular route. Okay, so this is how you can use the can activate and the can activate child guards in your Angular applications to prevent the user or unauthorized access, to prevent unauthorized access to some routes or their child routes in an Angular application. Okay, in the next video we will talk about how we can prevent the user from navigating away from a particular route. For instance, if the user is filling out a form and then the user accidentally uh, clicks on a particular link, and in that case we want to prevent the user from navigating away from a particular route. Okay, so we'll basically talk about the can deactivate guard in that case. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about the can deactivate guard. Now can deactivate guard checks if the user can exit a particular route. Okay, and then based on what the code for checking whether the user can exit from particular guard returns, based on that we will simply just let, or Angular will simply just let the user stay on the same route or navigate him or her to a particular route. Okay, now to implement the can deactivate guard, we need to have a class that is decorated with the injectable decorator again, so it needs to be a service, and then this class needs to implement the can deactivate interface. Okay, that is something that can be imported from Angular router. Okay, now if the class implements the can deactivate interface, then it needs to define a method named can deactivate, and this method accepts three arguments: the component, the route, which is the component would be the component we want to navigate away from. Then we have the route, which is an instance of the activated route snapshot, and the third one is the state, which is an instance of the router state snapshot. Okay. um, Now, finally, we will, once we are done with defining the interface and defining the guard, then we will simply use the can deactivate property inside the inside a route object, and then we can specify the name of this guard that we created. Okay. Now, mostly in in the cases where we are going to use it is, say, if I'm on a form. Okay, let's say in the messages section we have a long form that contains a list of messages. Okay, and if I somehow say accidentally clicked on the users section, okay, then it should ask me with a confirmation whether I want to navigate away from this particular section or not. And once I click on OK, then only I should be navigated to this section. And if I click on cancel, I should stay on this particular section. Okay, so that is something that we are going to implement as a part of this section. So let's quickly get started. Okay, so now in this section, well, let's just first implement a guard. Okay, so I'll generate a guard using Angular CLI. To do that, what I'll do is I'll type in ng space g for generate and g for guard. And now I like to create all my guards in a folder named guards. So this is for that. I'll name this guard confirmation guard. So I'll do something like confirmation and then confirmation again. Now what this will do is it will create a confirmation folder inside the guards folder, and inside this confirmation folder it will create two files for me, the confirmation guard and the confirmation guards test case file. Okay, I need this confirmation guard the confirmation guards uh, TypeScript file. And now instead of the can activate interface that this particular guard class implements, I need it to implement the can deactivate interface. So like so. Okay, and now if it implements the can deactivate interface, this is a generic type. Okay, so it accepts the type of component that would use this particular guard. Okay, so let's just specify something like can activate or can component deactivate. Okay, now this is something that would again be the type of the component that is going to use this guard. Okay, and why is that really important? Well, that's really important because in this method we should be we should be having a look into the component to judge whether the user is busy filling a form or something of that sort. Okay, so if, say, there is a form in this component, then we can just have access to the form. Okay, and then based on whether that form is invalid or not, we can judge whether the user is busy filling out the form. And then in that case we will simply not allow the user to, say, navigate away from this particular route. Okay, now this is the component. Okay, and it is of type can deactivate. So let's first create. Now let's say we want this particular component to have a particular method in it. Based on the call to that method, we will decide whether we want to leave from this route or not. Okay, to do that, or to force this component to have that method implemented on it, we can simply create an interface. Okay, and specify the method and the return type in that interface, and then we can simply uh, implement this interface for that particular component class. Okay, in that way the component would be obligated to define such a method that would return a boolean. Okay, so let's do that quickly. So I'll just create an interface that is named can component deactivate, and this interface will declare a method named confirm. Okay, this is a method that returns a boolean like so. Okay, and now again, this is sorry, instead of the can activate method, I need to implement can deactivate method, which would again return an observable, a promise, or a boolean, the first argument to which is a component, okay, on which uh, we need to implement this confirmation guard. The next would be the activate an instance of the activated route snapshot, and the state would be an instance of the router state snapshot. Okay, now what we can simply do is we can simply call or return whatever is returned by component.confirm like so. Okay, now we can be sure now that confirm is a method on this component, because the component will implement this interface, so it will have to define a method named confirm on it. Okay, now we want to use this particular guard on the message list component. Okay, so what I'm going to do is implement the can component active deactivate interface on it, and that is something that I'll have to import from um, our class right there, or sorry, our confirmation guard file right there. So I'll move up again, go to guards, and in the guards, in the confirmation, I'll select this particular file. Okay, now I'm getting a red squiggly line here, which means that I haven't exported the interface from here, so I'll quickly do that like so. Save this, and now I'm able to implement the interface. Now to implement this interface, I'll need to define a method named confirm. Okay, and in this I'll simply ask the user whether they want to navigate away from the away from this particular component or not. So are you sure you want to navigate away? Okay, now since this is confirmed, if the user clicks on OK, it will return true, and if the user clicks on cancel, the user it will return false. Okay, and that is essentially what this call right here would return. Okay, and then based on that, the can deactivate method that is called by Angular will be able to decide whether it should navigate away from that particular route or not. Okay, now the final step in this process is to first add this particular guard here. Okay, so to the providers array, so that this particular module knows that there is a guard that can be used. So information guard is something that I'll add to the providers array, and I'll have to import it from this particular or its respective path. I'll just paste it here. Okay, and now in the messages route object that we have right here, I'll simply add a can deactivate property, and in the array I'll specify the can or sorry confirmation guard like so. So if I save this now and go back, okay, if I navigate away, I'll see a confirmation box. If I click on OK, I'll be able to navigate away from this to whichever route I wanted to go. But if I click on say cancel and I wanted to go to blog, it won't allow me. Let's see that again in action. If I click on blog, if I click on OK, it will allow me to navigate to the blog route. Okay, I guess something happened. Okay, sorry, I'm already on the messages. If I click on blog and if I click on OK, sorry, so blog is already something that is, you know, blocked or guarded by the can activate guard, so I won't be able to navigate to it anyway. If I click on about and click on OK, it should navigate me successfully to the about route. But if I click on about again and click on cancel, I'll still stay on the messages route. Okay, so this was it regarding the can deactivate guard, and this is a guard that can generally be used in cases wherein if you have a very long form and you're filling that form and the user accidentally clicks on a particular link, which essentially results in navigating the user away from particular route, and in that case you want the user to see an alert box or something of that sort, or essentially you want the user to not navigate away from that particular route. Okay, so this was it regarding the can deactivate guard. In the next video we'll talk about the resolve guard, and we'll see what exactly is the use case wherein we can use resolves. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this last video, in this session, that is session 3 or part 3 of the Angular training, we'll finally discuss about the resolve guard. Okay, now this is something that can be used in many situations. So uh, it seems like if there is a if say there is a requirement wherein you want to uh, fetch the data for a particular route right before loading it, then you can use resolves in that case. Okay, so let's say we use this as an example. We have a users list over here like so. Okay, right now the users list is inside the users component itself. Okay, and this is something that we are also using inside the user details. So we basically have some duplicate data over here. Let's just quickly refactor this code a bit so that we are more clear. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll create an interface. So ng g for generate, I for interface, interfaces. I'll create a user interface like so. Okay, and this will create an interfaces folder with an user.ts file, and I'll export an interface named iUser from here. Okay, now this interface will have data of this sort. So it will have a number, formatted ID. Okay, then it will have a name which is of type string, and an email which is of type string again, like so. Okay, let's save this, and now I can simply import it like iUser from this particular path. Okay, and this would be iUser again. Okay, let's save this, and in the users component as well, let's do the same thing. So this would be iUser, which is imported from this particular path right here. Okay, and then we have this. All right, now we have some duplication of data here. We have the users list over here, and we have the users list inside these details as well. Okay, ideally it would have been a very good idea if we could just have one place wherein we could have these users. So that is what we are going to do. We're going to create a service for that. Okay, so let's create a user service. I do that by using the ng generate service command. Inside the services folder, I create a service named user like so. And since I will be using this service inside the app component. Okay, so basically it created a folder named user, and inside that it created two files. Now since I will be using the user service inside my app module here, so I'll do something like user service. I'll register this as a provider or as a service in my app module. I'll cut this from here and paste it right here. Save this. Okay, now the intent here is that this has a private users which is of type iUserArray. Okay, and the value of this is the one that you're seeing right here. So I'll just cut this from here and paste it right here like so. Okay, so I have this array of users. Now I can define a method named getUsers, which is of type iUserArray. Sorry, or it will return the data of type iUserArray, and then I can do something like this dot users. I can return it from here. So if I save this now, I can simply inject, let's say, the user service, which is of type user service, that should be imported from this particular path right here. And now in here, I can simply do something like in the ng on init, I can simply init this dot users to this dot user service dot get users call like so. Okay, and that is something that I can do here as well. So I'll just inject the user service as a dependency. Sorry, my bad. This should be user service and not user component. I don't really need the user component here. Okay, so like so, and in the ng on init again, I can define a call, or I can just simply call the user service dot get users and get the list of users in here. Okay, so far so good. Now I can just see if my okay, so my node application is running and I'm still seeing the list of users right here. Okay, perfect. Now let's say that I had a requirement wherein I wanted the list of users right before I reached the users route. Okay, so that is something that can be done in case of resolves. Okay, so I'll create a resolve guard. Okay, I'll just quickly delete this. Okay, I'm here now. So I'll create a guard user resolve. Okay, so this would be the name of my guard. Now it would be generated inside guards users resolve and users resolve like so. Okay, this will create two files inside a folder named users-resolve folder inside the guards folder like so. Okay, now in this, instead of implementing the can activate interface, I'll implement the resolve interface like so. And now this resolve is again of generate type, and this is of type iUser. That is the data this is expected to return. Okay, and instead of can activate, I'll need to implement the resolve method like so. Okay, now this method will return an iUser array. Sorry, so this would again be an array and not simply iUser like so. And now in here, let's first also inject the user service as a dependency, so I can call the constructor here, and I'll define a private user service like so. This is of type user service. Okay, and now user service is something that since this is a guard, we will be using it inside the app routing module. I'll have to add the user service as something here as well. So users, or say user service. Okay, So I'll just import it from this particular path right here. I'll just cut this and paste it right over here. Okay. All right. So now in the user resolve guard, I can simply call this dot user service dot get users. This will give me an iUser array, and that is something that I'll return. I'm getting an error though here that it cannot find the iUser name, so that is something that we'll need to import like so, and now it has access to iUsers. I'll just cut them from here and paste them down below right here. Okay, and now to use this or get this resolved data, I'll first have to use the resolve block on my users route. So I'll do something like resolve, and then I'll create an object here. Uh, this would specify inside this object a key that would specify the name of the key that I would be expecting and the name of the user resolve guard. Okay, like so. Now this is also something that I'll have to import from from its respective path like so. Okay, and in here I will also have to add it to the guard like so. Okay, so now if I wanted to use this inside the users component, I can simply inject activated route. Okay, I'll have to import it from its respective path. I'll simply import it from Angular router. I'll cut this from here and paste it right here. Okay, now instead of doing this, I can simply do something like activated route.data, which on which I can then call a for each method, which will give me a which will give me some data, and then I can do something like this dot users equal to data dot users like so. Okay, then I won't really be needing this call right here, and if I don't really need that, I won't be needing this service either, so I can just get rid of the user service like so. If I save this now and check back, I'm getting an error saying that cannot find a differ supporting object true of type boolean. ng4 only supports. So okay, so looks like there is an issue. If I go back to the users and check back here, let's see what I'm getting here. So I'll just reload this. Okay, this isn't really helping much. I'll just have to... Okay. This isn't helping. Okay, so I'll just wrap it into multiple lines. I'll just cut it from here and paste it like this. I'll save this, go back, and I'll get users as true. That sounds strange. Let's see what the guard returns. So inside the user resolve guard, oh, so it returns true. That is something that wasn't expected. So in the guard, if I go back to the user resolve guard, but it returns the get users, right? So that that is an issue. Maybe the guard was not reloaded properly. let's see. Okay, now it got reloaded, so now I should see the list of users properly here. Okay, so in this way, you can simply get or fetch some data from the server as well, just by using services. But then you can fetch the data for a particular uh, component that gets loaded on activation of a particular route right before that particular route is activated by using the resolve block like so. So what we basically did is we basically just created a guard. We implemented the resolve interface over that, which would be of generic type, which would eventually have the type of data which this particular resolve method is going to return. Okay, and then since we implemented the resolve interface, we'll have to implement a method inside our guard class named resolve, which would eventually return to us the data in the form of an iUser array. And then we also used the user service to get that data by calling the getUser method over here. And then in the app routing module, we simply specified the resolve property and assigned it an object that will have a users field, the value of which would eventually be returned to us by the users resolve guard like so. Okay, and we are getting the data in the form of the data property right here. Okay, so the activated route right here will have a data property which can be iterated by using for each, where we'll get the data, and then this data will contain the users that we defined right here like so. This is the data and this is the users. Okay, so the users that we get from here are the ones that we are getting from here, and eventually they are the ones that we are getting from this resolve call, and which is eventually calling the user service.getUsers. So we are getting the users here, and then we are assigning those users to the users property of this particular class, that is the users component, and that's how we are able to see these users on the screen. Okay, so that was it regarding resolve, and that brings us to the end of this part of the training. In the next part, we will have a look at things like custom decorators and observables and services. So I'll see you guys in the next videos. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the session 4 of the Angular training, and in this part we'll talk about dependency injection and services. So these are all the topics that we are going to discuss. We'll first start with uh, why exactly do we need dependency injection. Then we'll talk about dependency injection as a design pattern. Afterwards, we'll talk about dependency injection as a framework and what exactly is dependency injection when it comes to Angular. Then we'll see what injectors and providers are, and what are the different types in which, or what are the different ways in which you can provide a particular dependency to your Angular components and other building blocks in Angular. Then we'll see what hierarchical dependency injection mean in Angular, and then we'll talk about services and services as singletons and data sharing between multiple building blocks of an Angular application. Then we'll see how to make AJAX calls using HTTP client, that is something that is provided by Angular's common HTTP module. Then we'll see what observables are, and then finally we'll have a look at how we can share data between two components that may or may not be related to each other in any way. Okay, so these are all the topics that we are going to cover. There's a lot to learn, so let's get started in the next video with the session. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about why do we need dependency injection. Okay, so let's first see this piece of code right here. So let's figure out what exactly is wrong with this piece of code. Okay, so well, if I see this code, I can say that this code is very tightly coupled on these dependency classes. So we have these three properties on this car class, that is the engine, the tires, and the doors, and each of these properties is equal to a new instance of a particular dependency. Like for example, we are newing up an instance of a class engine here to get the engine for this car. Then we are using a factory to get the tires, and then we are also using some other factory of some sorts to basically get the doors for this car. Okay, so this code is a bit brittle. Okay, because if there is a change in there is a change in the implementation of engine, or suppose engine takes in an argument now, then in that case the car class would fail. Okay, then it's very tightly coupled with the classes here. So uh, whoever is the developer of this car class has to provide all these dependencies here. So right now these dependencies are just three, but if there are other such dependencies, then we'll have to make sure that all these dependencies are there while we design this car class. Okay, and this cannot also be unit testable. So if I wanted to test this car with an engine of different horsepowers, I won't be able to do that. Same is the case with the tires. So if I wanted to test this car with tire with different tire pressures, then I also won't be able to do that. Okay, and same is the case with doors, because all these three classes are dependencies on this car class, and there is basically no way to just provide uh, different instances of these dependency classes to the car while creating it. Okay, so is there a way to fix this? Well, it seems there is. So that's where dependency injection as a pattern comes into the picture. Okay, so if say the user of this car class was responsible for providing the dependencies here, then it would have been better, right? That way we could basically provide multiple instances or multiple types of instances of these dependency classes, and in that way we could unit test this car properly. Okay, so we as a developer of this car class or the designer of this car class won't really have to take care of how these engines, tires, and doors are created. We just need them, and the user of this car class is going to provide them to us. Okay, so basically the responsibility of creating these dependencies was moved to a higher level, that is to the one who is using this car class. And it's also easier to unit test, as we can see here. So we can provide some types of engine in the first instance and test it with these engines, tires, and doors, and then in the second instance we can also provide it certain mock engines with different horsepowers, tires with different pressures, and doors with different colors and things of that sort. Okay, so that way it's also easier to unit test. But then there is still some issue with this code. Okay, the issue is that right now we just have three dependencies on the car. Okay, but just to create this car we will need to maintain a main function like so. Okay, so that in here we'll have to basically create instances of these dependencies first, then we'll have to call or new up the car class provided with these instances of the dependency classes, and then only we'll be able to get the instance of a car. Okay, right now it doesn't seem very very difficult because we just have three dependencies. But as the list of dependencies grow, and at a point when say this car has let's say I have a hypothetical situation in which if this car has about 150 dependencies, then maintaining this main function would be a very big pain. Okay, so that is the issue that we are facing right now. Okay, so what exactly is the solution? Well, the solution is dependency injection as a framework. Okay, so dependency injection as a framework means that there would be some framework for us that would do all this hard work for us. We'll just have to use that framework to get instances of whatever class we want. Okay, so this particular piece of code that you see right here is the solution, and it's great because in this you'll just have to new up the instance of an injector and ask the injector for a particular type of dependency that you want as an instance. Okay, so in here the system will handle everything for us and we don't really have to do anything on our end. Okay, and that's why this is so good, and that's what Angular supports. That's what Angular is for, and that's what Angular is all about. It's all about dependency injection, and it has an injector that handles everything for us. You just have to ask it for a dependency and it provides it to you. Okay, so how exactly does it do it? Well, there are two things that play a vital role in this. First one is the injector right here, and the second one is a provider. Okay, so what exactly is an injector? Well, injector is essentially an object that provides us with an API to which we can pass some tokens. Okay, and we can also pass it some instructions as to what particular dependency do we want and what all things are that particular dependency dependent on. Okay, and then eventually this injector provides us with an instance of the dependency that we want, and the dependency that we get is basically an object. Okay, so if you have a look at this code, then you can see that injector that we have here basically exposes an API named create, to which we pass a list of providers, and these are all the providers that we have. Each provider has something that we want as a dependency injected, while it also has some dependencies on it. So say for example, if I need a car, then I'll have to provide it with some dependencies of an engine, a tire, and a door. If I need an instance of engine as a dependency, then it doesn't really have any dependency, as you can see here. Same is the case with tires and doors. Okay, so these are all the list of providers that we provide to an injector. Okay, and these basically act as a recipe which helps injector create instances of these dependencies for us. Okay, and then eventually we can simply ask the injector to get an instance of a particular type. Okay, so the three main and important things that we see here are an injector, which is basically an object that exposes an API to help us to create instances of dependencies. Then we have the providers that act like a recipe and tells injector how to create an instance of a dependency. And this takes a token. The token here in this case would be a car, an engine, a tires, and doors. Okay, while it also takes a map that so it takes this provider so that it can map that to a factory function that would eventually create an object for us, and that we can basically inject as a dependency. Okay, and finally we get the dependency like this. Okay, so this is that to this we specify the type of dependency that we want, and the dependency injection framework in Angular gives it to us. Okay, so this is what dependency injection is all about in Angular. Okay, and then there are some types of providers that we have in Angular. So there is normal providers like this. So if you create a class or a guard, basically, which essentially is a service in Angular. Okay, so for all these services, you can simply inject them, or you can simply register them to a module or a constructor, sorry, or a component in Angular using this providers array. As we know already that a module as well as as well as a component has providers that we can pass it via the metadata of that particular decorator. Okay, then we have the class providers. So if we had a class and we wanted to use that class with a particular token, like so, we can use it in that way as well. So if we have a user class and we wanted to use it um, as auth, then that is something that can be done using the class provider, or providing a particular class as a dependency. Then we have alias providers, wherein we can use this use existing key and provide the value of a particular class that we want to inject, but as a dependency that we have specified here in the token, that is the old service. Then we have value providers as well, so we can essentially create a constant, okay, and then use the use value key right here to provide that particular thing as a token that we specify by the provider, or the provide key right here, okay. And then finally we also have a factory provider. So this basically can be very useful in cases wherein you want to have different instances in case of different environments. So say for example, if you have an environment like prod and dev, and in prod you want an instance of some other service as a dependency, while in dev you want an instance of a different service, then you can essentially use a factory provider, as you can see on the screen here. Okay, so these are all the different types of providers that we can use in Angular, and I'll add a few links in the description of this video, so you can just go through the articles that are listed down, and you can basically read them to know in detail about these types of providers, and in which specific use case do you have to use which particular provider. Okay, so that was all regarding providers and dependency injection in Angular. In the next video, we'll talk about the hierarchical dependency injection and how exactly is it used in Angular. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back. So in the last section, we talked about dependency injection as a framework, dependency injection as a pattern, and how Angular implements dependency injection, what are providers, what are injectors, and what exactly is a dependency, and what all are the different types of providers. Now in this section, we'll talk about dependency injection and basically hierarchical dependency injection that we have in Angular. So say for example, if you have an instance of a car, okay, and there are say 3 injectors that you have, okay, in the series or in the component tree, then this particular child injector has car provided to it in the providers array at the component level. So this child injector would be able to provide to you an instance of a car, okay. But if you wanted an instance of an engine, you'll first have a look at the child injector, this one that has a providers array that contains a car. So this child injector won't really be able to provide to you an instance of an engine. So this will go to its parent injector, that is this child injector right here, and Angular will see if this has an engine registered to it as a provider, okay. And as you can see, engine is registered to this particular child injector. So this child injector would be able to inject engine as a dependency. Now if we talk about tires and doors, then we'll first have a look at this child injector right here. This doesn't have tires and doors as a dependency, or tires and doors aren't registered as a dependency in this particular child injector. So this won't be able to provide instances of these two dependencies here. But if we have a look at its parent, that is this child injector, even this child injector now doesn't have instances of these tires and doors, okay, in the providers array. So then Angular will have a look at its parent injector, that is this one, and this has the tires and doors registered in the providers array like so. So this parent injector here would be able to provide instances of tires and doors as a dependency. Okay, so Angular figures this out in a hierarchy. Okay, it starts with the child injector and traverses up the chain of the component tree and checks whether its parent injector has a particular dependency that can be injected or not, or has a particular dependency registered on it that can eventually be injected into it or its child components. So that's how hierarchical dependency injection work in Angular. Okay, so again, if I wanted an instance of a car, this injector would be able to provide it to me. But if I wanted an instance of an engine, this injector won't be able to provide it to me. So it will have a look at its parent injector, that is this one. And same is the case with tires and doors as well in this case. Okay, so this was what hierarchical dependency injection mean in Angular. In the next section from now on, we'll talk about services and what exactly are their purpose and how we can create and use them in Angular. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about services, what are their uses, and how exactly can we create them and use them. Okay, so Angular services are simply TypeScript classes that you can decorate with an injectable decorator, and that tells Angular that these are services and then they can be injected, and they can also inject other services or other things as dependencies in them. Okay, so services, we decorate these TypeScript classes with an injectable decorator so that we can allow these classes to inject other services as well as dependencies in them. Okay, so generally services are used to share the same piece of code that we have across multiple files in an application. It is used to hold some business logic. Then it is used to interact with the backend. So if you want to make Ajax calls, then you can place the methods to those calls in a service basically, and then use inject the service as a dependency in multiple files and use them. And you can also use it to share data across multiple components. Now in Angular, services are singletons, so there is just one instance of a service that gets created, and that same instance is used by each and every building block in the Angular application. So a service can be registered as a part of a module, or it can be registered as a part of the component itself. To register it as a part of component, you'll have to specify it in the providers array of the module. But if you want to register it on a component and thereby create a new instance of that service, then you'll have to add it to the providers array of the component. Okay, so let's say how we can use these concepts that we have in our application so far. So right now I have an application. Let's just see what it looks like. So this is a very simple application wherein I have a list of users, and each of the user has an ID. So if I navigate to one of the users, by navigating to it using child parameters like ID, then I'll see the details of that particular user in this right hand side section. So if I change the user here, then the details gets changed. Okay, now so far what we are doing to do this is we have created the three components here: the users, that contains the list of those users. Okay, and then each of the user here is the link that we see, or the list item in this users list is eventually a component of the user class. Okay, here, and then we have the user details, which presents the details of a particular user. Okay, and then we have implemented routing. So if I open up my app routing module, then I have these routes specified here with this configuration. Each has a path, and for the user's path we are navigating, or we are loading up the user's component inside the router outlet, while for the user slash ID path we are loading up the user details component. For just the user's route we are loading up the placeholder component, and for every other route we are simply redirecting the users to the user's path, like so. Okay, now we have used this these routes in the call to the for root method of the router module, and then we have exported this router module. We have imported this app routing module inside my app module, like so. Okay, and that's how I'm able to use it in my app component. Okay, so I've specified a router outlet here and an app header here inside my app component, and that's what we see. This is the header, and this is the contents that are being loaded up on the router outlet. And the initial router outlet, or the parent router outlet, first loads up the user's list. Okay, which eventually has another router outlet in it, which loads up the components for child routes. Okay, so now in here I have the users list right here inside my users component. Whenever I select a particular user and the user details component is loaded, I have a similar list on the user details component as well. So what I'm doing here is, through the activated route, I'm fetching up the parameters, and through the parameters I'm fetching up the user ID and then filtering the users list that I have here based on that user ID to eventually get the selected user, and then I'm using this user to show the details on the template like so. Okay, and this is how it's behaving right now. So when on selecting a particular user, I'm seeing their details. Okay, but the issue here is that we have this list of users that's common to both the user details and the users component, but then this is redundant. Okay, so services can be used in this case wherein we'll simply move the users list to a service. We'll inject that service as a dependency in both the users component as well as the user details component, and then we will simply share data between them using that. Okay, so let's create a service first. To create a service, I'll use Angular CLI, and I'll use the command ng g for generate, s for service, and I'll create a services folder first, inside which I need to create a user service which would be created inside a user folder. So this is the services folder, this would be the user folder, and inside this the user service will eventually get created. Okay, so let's wait for that to get created, and it created a services folder inside which it also created a user folder. And then it created two files, the user service and the user services test case file. Now if I wanted to use this service on the app module, I'll have to first inject it, or I'll first have to add it to the providers array so that this particular module knows that there is a service that can be injected. So user service is something that I'll add here. I'll also have to import it from its respective path. Okay, I'll save this now, and in the users component I'll simply cut the users list that I have here. Okay, I'll cut this, or I'll simply say copy this as of now and save it. Okay, and in the user service, this was the code that was created for me by Angular CLI. Okay, I'll paste this users here, and this would be of private type. Okay, and I'll have to import iUsers, which is an interface. Okay, and now I'll create two methods here, get users, which would return iUser array like so. So I'll return this dot users. Okay, now since this users is private and it's a naming convention that we should specify an underscore before a private field, that's what I'll be using here. Okay, and then this is something that can be used inside the users component to get the list of users. So I'll inject this service as a dependency, so private user service, which is of type user service. I'll also import it from its respective path, and now in the ng on init I'll initialize this dot users equal to this dot user service dot get users like so. Okay, so far so good. Now I have the list of users. Let's go back and reload our application to check how it's behaving. So I can still see the list of users here, and if I select a particular user, then I'm still able to see the details of that user on the right hand side. Okay, now I'll do the same thing for user details as well. So I'll just get rid of the users because I don't really want that. Okay, now instead of again fetching all the users here, I can simply create a method in this that would be named get user by id. This will receive an id in the form of number, and then this method should return a user from here itself. Okay, and then in here I'll simply filter out the users. I'll get a user such that user dot id is equal to the id that I got here, and this is going to return to me an array of users. But since the IDs are unique, I'm expecting that the first element in this array should return me the exact user that I wanted. Okay, so if I save this now, and then in here, instead of using this as this, we can simply inject the user service as a dependency, like so. Okay, and then I can simply copy this from here, paste it here, and call the get user by id, and then I'll pass it params of id. I'll place a plus sign over here because the params.id is an object, and the id that gets returned from this object would be in the form of a string. So to convert it into a number, I'm specifying a plus sign before it. Okay, so if I save this now and go back to the application, I'll still see that it's working as expected and as before. Okay, so this is how what we did is we just removed all the data that was hard coded in the user details as well as in the in the user details as well as in the users component, and I abstracted that data in a single service right here, and then I used this service, injected it as a dependency in the users as well as the user components in the user details component to get the data in both these. Okay, so this is one of the use case wherein a service is quite essential and crucial, and that's how you can use it. In the next video, we'll actually get this data from a server, and then we'll basically make ajax calls to get the details of a particular user from there. Okay, so I'll see you guys on the next video. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. So in the last section, we shared the data from the service in the users component as well as the user details component. Okay, but this data is eventually hard coded, right? So we now want to leverage a service to get this data and then use it inside our application. Okay, so to do that, Angular provides us with a module. The name of this module is HTTP client module. Okay, and with this module you can use this module to basically make ajax calls into your application to fetch data, to post some data, to update the data on the server, and make other REST API calls like get, post, put, delete, options, patch, JSONP, and that's all, I guess. Okay, now Angular handles the response that we get from these calls using RxJS observables. Okay, and basically an observable is something that emits responses over time. Okay, so instead of being a one-time event, it can or may not emit data over time. Okay, and this is important, and it's somehow different from promises if you know about them. They are also a way of handling asynchronous data requests. Okay, so in this section we'll have a look at HTTP client, HTTP headers, and HTTP parameters. So let's first get started with HTTP client module. So to use HTTP client module in our application, the first thing that we'll have to do is we'll have to import the HTTP client module. Okay, and that is something that we'll have to import from angular/common/http, like so. Okay, So once we import this module and add it to the imports array so that our app module can use it, in the user service, we can now inject HTTP module, or sorry, this would be HTTP client. I'll simply name this as HTTP right now. Okay, the name of this class or this type is HTTP client. So that is something that can again be imported from Angular/common/HTTP. Okay, now since I have injected this HTTP client as a dependency, I can eventually use it inside my service. Like if I wanted to make any type of call, like a get call, a post call, a put call, a patch call, or anything of that sort, a delete call, I can use this dependency now. Okay, so let's first see what API we are going to leverage for getting the data right here. Okay, so there's a service named JSON placeholder. Okay, it's a free service that returns fake online REST API that can be used for testing and prototyping. Okay, and it has certain routes that you can go to. Okay, so some APIs for getting the user's data is also available. So this is the service that we are going to use. If I click on this, okay, I'll see the data in this format. Okay, so I get a list of users, and each user has fields like ID, name, and email that we also have in our application. Okay, apart from that, it also has some other details that we can eventually use in our application at some point when we want to add on features to it. Okay, now so far this looks good, so I'll just use it. But to use it, let's first copy this data so that we can um, basically update our interface to add other such fields as well. Okay, so in here I'll just increase the font size right now, and let's just paste this data and format it first, and then I'll simply remove these double quotes from here like so, and then I'll also get rid of these commas and these semicolons over here. Okay, now I'll just change these to number and all the strings to string. Let's see if we can do that using this, or we may probably do something like this again. Okay, this is perfect. Now this won't be a string, this would be an object. And again, this won't be a string, it would be an object like so. And same is the case with this. Okay, now each and every object that we have here can also be exported or used as an interface. So I'll do the same. So for the address object, I'll create an address interface like so, which contains a geo object, which again can be used as an IGO interface. Okay, so interface IGO and this, and then finally in here I can use the I address interface, and for this company as well I'll cut it from here and I'll create an interface named I company like so. Like so. Right, now we just have the ID, the name, and the email of a user. So for all these other fields we should simply mark them as optional right now. We can mark them as required at some point in time in the application. Okay, but right now we just need the ID, the name, and the email of a user. So these would be marked as required, while the others would be marked as required, while the others would be marked as optional because I've specified the question mark over here. Okay, so let's save this. And now in the user service, I'll just use this URL from the JSON placeholder API. Like I'll create a private variable here. I'll name it root URL, which is of type string, and then I can assign this value to it. Okay. Now in the get users, instead of returning the users like so here, I'll use the dependency HTTP client that we injected here. So let's do one thing. Let's create a new method, get users by REST or via REST. Okay, and now what this method is expected to return is an observable. We'll see what observables are in a bit, but just bear with me right now. Okay, now this observable is a generic type, and it takes this. Okay, so we are expected to return an iUser array from this method, so that's what we'll do. Now this should return this dot http dot get. Okay, we are using get here because we are going to make a get request to this API. Okay, so get. Now this dot root URL is something that I'll use for this. Okay, now if you see the signature of get, you'll see that the first argument it requires is a URL, which is a string, and then it has an optional options object that can be passed in as a second argument. To this, this is an object containing other objects like headers, which are again optional, and then headers can either be an instance of HTTP headers, or it can be an object with a key named header with string and a string actually, or an array of strings, and then we have other things as well. Okay, right now we are not really concerned about these options as of now, so we'll just ignore them. We'll just use the URL here. Okay, so now the get again is going to return an observable but of type object. Okay, but in the return type of this method we have specified an observable of type iUser array. So get can also accept a generic type, and we'll specify the generic type as iUser array, and now this won't give me any error. Okay, so if I save this now, and I had to inject observable from rxjs/observables to make this work, so that is something that must be kept in mind. Okay, now in the users component, I'll just comment this line out, and I'll use this dot user service dot get users via REST. Okay, and this method here is going to return an observable to me. Okay, to get data from this observable, I'll use the subscribe method on it, and then to the subscribe method I'll pass a callback function as a first argument. Okay, and this is going to return to me the user's data like so, and then I can simply assign this dot users equal to users like so. Okay, now I'm getting an error because I specified a semicolon there, but that's not really required. If I save this now and reload the application, instead of the 5 users that we were getting initially and the users that were hard coded, we'll see now a list of all these users right here. Okay, but now if I still click on a particular user, I should see the details that were hard coded initially, because I haven't made the same changes in the user details component, but I've simply changed the users list component. So Now to make the same changes inside the user details component, okay, I'll also create another method inside the user service. I'll call this get user by ID via REST. Okay, and this again is going to receive a number which is the ID of the user, and instead of an iUser object, it is going to return to me an observable of type iUser. Okay, and I can simply return this dot http dot get, and in this get, now apart from passing the root URL, I'll also pass slash. Maybe slash is no, slash is not there inside here, so I'll just pass slash and the ID that I got from here. Okay, and again, since get is going to return an observable wrapping an object, but I wanted an observable wrapping an iUser instance, I'll do this, specify that type here as a generate type to the get method. Okay, now let's save this, and in the user details component here, I'll just comment this line out, and I'll call the user service dot get user by ID via REST, and I'll pass it the ID of this user, and this again is going to return to me an observable to which I can subscribe using the subscribe method, and this will eventually give me a user that I can simply assign to this dot user, like so. Okay, if I save this now, then I should get the actual details of that user. Okay, and not just these details, I can also get some other details like let's print out some other details as well in the user details template right here. Okay, so I'll get things like user name, which would be user dot username, and then I'll also get user address. I'll simply use a pre tag here to print out those details. User dot address, this is going to be an object, so I can specify, or I can use a JSON pipe here that will convert this address object into a JSON and then print that out onto the screen. So if I reload, I should see the user address object as well here. Okay, so that's how we are using the get method here to get the list of users and the details of a particular user. So the API that I used was JSON placeholder, and here I'm using the users API to get a list of all the users, while I can also do something like user/1, press enter, and then I can get just details of one particular user that I'm using inside here in the user details component. Okay, so this is how you can get data from an API and then use it inside your application. Okay, now let's quickly talk about what this subscribe method is. So if you are using some any particular front-end framework that you might be well aware about what callbacks are and how they can be used in asynchronous programming. And then there were some issues with callbacks, like callback hell, to tackle which we came up with promises. Okay, so promises are basically some things that request for say some data that is present on a service, okay, that is exposed via a server API or a REST API, and then to get that deferred data, you have to while getting that data, the request can either be rejected or resolved. Okay, so there are two possible cases in case of a promise. Let's say if I wanted to do this with a promise, then I'll simply comment this particular section out, and I'll simply call a toPromise method on it. And then to get the data from here, I can call a then method, and then say get the user, success callback here that is going to return to me a user. So then I can simply assign this user details to user right here. Params is not assignable to type. Okay, I might have to convert it into or typecast it into an user. Okay, so if I go to the definition of this, then you'll see that it basically has two callbacks passed to it, on fulfilled and on rejected. Okay, in case of on fulfilled, we get the actual value that we were expecting or we requested for, and on rejected we get an error or the reason why that particular request was rejected. Okay, so there are basically two things that can happen here. We can either get an error or we can get the value that we requested for. Okay, but so basically this is just a one-time thing. You request for some data, if it is present it's returned to you, and if it is not present and there is maybe some error that went ahead, then you might get the error in the on rejected callback call. Okay, but that is not the case with an observable. So in case of an observable, since it is considered to be not just a one-time thing but a stream of data that can be expected, the subscribe method has three callbacks to it. Okay, so if I go to the definition of it, you'll see that this has three callbacks. The first one is next, so this gets called every time this observable gets a next value pushed to it, then there is an error. So this gets called whenever this observable results in an error. And finally we have a complete callback that gets called when this observable gets completed. Okay, so when the values end up getting pushed to an observable, it gets completed. Okay, in our case, since we are requesting for just just for data from one API, and that API would simply return to us the data all at once, this next method will get called just once, and right after that the complete callback will get called. Okay, let's just quickly check that as well. So I'll simply subscribe to this one. Okay, and then in here, since I got the params like so, and I called it here, called the subscribe method again. This was the first callback that I called. Okay, the second callback is going to be an error, which I can simply log to the console. Got an error while fetching the user details. Okay, and then I can print that error to the console. And then finally, whenever everything that gets completed here, it gets called with a complete callback, but it doesn't receive any argument like the next and the error callback did. So I can now simply, let's say, alert fetch of user details completed. Okay, so in this case, this completed callback will get called and will receive an alert. Okay, let's see that in action quickly. Okay, so fetch for user details completed. So this was called when we eventually got the data from the API. Okay, and this is the data that we got. Okay, so this is basic difference between an observable and a promise. Now in the next section we will basically talk about some other methods that you can use in in the HTTP client class that exposes these methods. Okay, so we'll have a look at, right now we just had a look at a get request. We'll also have a look at a post request, a delete request, and a put request. And then we'll also see how we can pass HTTP headers or HTTP parameters to a request using this. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. In the last section we got some data from the JSON placeholder users API. Now in this section we'll also post some data to the API, put or edit some data onto the API, and then delete some data as well. Okay, so we'll make all these three calls now. Okay, so to do that I'll add three buttons. So let's say in the user details component, right below this, I'll just get rid of the user address right now. I don't really need that. Just wanted to show it to you guys. After placing a horizontal rule, I'll create four buttons here. Okay, so I'll create a button. To do that, I can simply type in btn with a class of btn and btn primary. Okay, and I need these buttons like 4 times or so. Oh, my bad. I have to multiply it by 4. Okay, so I got 4 buttons now. First one is button primary. Second one would be button. Let's say first one is button success. Second one is button primary. Third one is button danger, and the final one is button warning. Okay, this will create user, this will update user, this will delete user, and this will get posts by user. Okay, now these are all the functionalities that we now need to implement. So I'll create methods for these. Create user. I'll just copy this one. Update user. Delete user. And finally get user posts. Okay, I'll now use these methods. I'll have to define them in the TypeScript class. So I'll open up the TypeScript class, and right below the ng on init, I'll name these classes like so. Okay, I'll name these methods like that. Okay, now in the create user, I want to call a method on user service. I'll name it. Let's first create these methods in the user service so that we could directly call them up here. So I'll open up the user service, and let's start with the create user call. So create user, this is going to receive a user which is of type iUser. Okay, and then this is going to return an observable of type user that was created. Okay, now this will return this dot http dot. Now since we need to post some data to an API, we'll be using the post method, and this again should return user a response of type iUser wrapped inside an observable. So now this dot root URL is going to be our URL, but the post method here accepts another argument named body. Okay, and this is the argument that we'll specify here like so. Okay, this also accepts other arguments, but we'll not have a look at them right now. Okay, so this is how you can create a post request. Let's also create a method named update user, and this will get a user, and then this is the signature of it is essentially the same as that of this. So I'll just copy and paste that, and I'll get rid of the create user. Now instead of post, I'll be using put. Okay, that's how you can send out an update request to an API. And then finally we have a delete user method. So delete user, it's going to receive an ID this time, which is of type number. Okay, and then instead of post, it's going to call the delete method and will simply pass in the URL specified by the ID. So I'll wrap this inside backticks, and here we'll specify dollar slash the ID of the user that we want to delete. So we have all these four methods right now with us. We can simply call them inside this method right here. So this dot create user, and to this we'll pass this dot user. Okay, that we got here, and then we can also subscribe to this, since this is going to return to me an observable. Now I'll get a user if the creation operation was successful, so then I can simply log, or let's say alert, a new user was created with an ID, and we can simply print the ID of a user like so. Okay, expected 0 arguments but got 2. Okay, alert does not really receive 2 arguments, so I'll just cut it from here, and instead of using this I'll use a backtick syntax. I'll cut this and then paste it like so. It might also receive an error, so I'll just alert the error. So got an error as error, and if this gets completed, I won't receive any argument, but I can then alert creation of user completed like so. Okay, so the create user is done with. Now I can go to the application here, fetch of users completed. Okay, so if I fetch of users completed, so if I click on I'll just open up the network tab as well, so that we could see what's going on there. So if I click on create user, uh, a user's call is going, but with a 500 error, got an error. So let's see what the error was. It says that insert failed duplicate ID, and why is it saying that? Because we simply used this user that was retrieved from the get users call. Okay, and a user of that particular ID already exists, and ideally this ID is something that should be generated by the API itself and not by us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the user ID to null, so that we don't really get an error. Okay, we did get an error, and that's why this method was called, the second callback function to it. Okay, and that's what alerted the got an error this thing to us. Okay, now this dot user dot id equal to null, that is something I'll specify, and then if I save this now and go back to the application to create it, click on create user, and this time I should get a 201 response, and got this message, a new user was created with an ID of 11. Okay, that's what was printed by this alert right here. That is the alert that was inside the first callback function to the subscribe method. Okay, so when this call is successful, then the first callback, that is the next callback, gets called. If there is an error, then the second callback is called. Okay, now once the second callback is called, okay, and if I click on OK, the call is essentially, or the subscribe or the observable is essentially complete. So the complete text, this one, creation of user completed, should also be alerted. So if I click on OK, then it will also alert creation of user completed. Okay, now if I go to the request that was sent, in the headers you'll see that the request method was post, okay, and the status code was 201 created, okay, and this was the request payload that we sent out. Let me just zoom it a bit more so that you guys can see properly. And so this was the request body, and this is the response that we got from the API. So this was again something that we sent out to it, but this is the ID that was newly created right here. Okay, let's also quickly call the update user method and then see what gets printed onto the screen. So I'll just change a few things in here. I'll simply copy this code here and change, say, the ID. I'll not change the ID though, but I'll just change the user's name to, say, Sam folder. And again, this is not user service, it's user dot, let's say, email. Let's change this to sam dot folder at example.com, and then we'll send it the user a new use. So the user was updated. That's the only thing that we're going to print right now. Got an error, and updation of a user completed. So if I save this and go back to the application, I'll see a lot of alerts here. If I click on update user, it's going to send out a request, but now we got an error 500. Let's see. It says that insert field duplicate ID. Okay, what could possibly, okay, so I used the create user method while copying and pasting it. So I should change it to update user instead of that. Okay, now if I click on the update user button, then I got 404. Let's see. Okay, so I'll have to specify an ID as well while calling the update user, because that is something that can be seen here as well. Because for put requests I should specify an ID. So since I did not specify any ID, it returned to me an error. So I should make changes to my update user method to specify the ID as well. So I'll just wrap this like so. And I will use the user.id in here instead. Let's save this and see what happens in this case now. If I click on update user again, I got an error here. ID is not defined, it says. Let's click on the update user again. Okay, let's see if the app is still running without any errors. Let's just break the console here for a bit and reload the application. So it got reloaded now. Let's go back to the application and see. Let's clear the network tab here and click on the update user button. So the user was updated, it says. Let's and the updation of the user completed also, so the observable got completed as well. Now if we see the request here, it was a put request, and the data that we sent here was email of Sam Colder like this, and the name was also Sam Colder. So if I go back to the preview and see, this was the response that we got. So the email was updated to Sam Colder, and the name was also updated to Sam Colder, and that's something that is updated here as well. Okay, so far so good. Let's also use the delete method here. So I'll go back to the user details, and in here I'll use the delete method. Instead of update user, I'll use delete user, and to that I'll pass the user ID like so, and then the user was deleted, got an error as and deletion of user completed. Let's save this, and we got the users. Now if I click on delete user, then it should say that the user was deleted because and the deletion of user completed. This is because we sent out a delete request, but the status code was okay. So this is treated as a success status code, and that's why we got the user was deleted thing and the deletion of user completed. Okay, so that's how you can use the delete method. Okay, now apart from that, you can also do things like send out HTTP headers. So say for example, if you wanted to send a header in the GET request, so that you could just tell the API that you are authorized. Okay, and if you used OAuth, so if you wanted to send an authorization header with a bearer and an access token appended to that string, then you can use things like HTTP headers for that purpose. You'll have to import HTTP headers from Angular Common HTTP, and then let's say in the case of the get users via REST, I wanted to use that HTTP header. So I'll create an instance of the HTTP header, new HTTP headers. Okay, and to this, I'm just going to call a set method. I'll set the authorization header. This set method takes two arguments, both of them are string. So first one would be the name of the header, that is authorization in this case, and the value of it would be bearer and your access token here, like so. And then to this get method, I can pass this as a options, and in this options as a header. So headers like so. Okay, and since this essentially is ES6, we are writing it in ES6, and in ES6 if the key and the value, the name of both the keys and values is same, then you don't really have to specify it two times like so. You can simply get rid of this and you can specify it like this. Okay, so now if I save this and go back to the application, let it reload, I'll specify okay here, and if you see, then there should be a request header section wherein you'll see the authorization header with a bearer, your access token here. Okay, so this is how you can add authorization headers as well, or other types of headers as well to your request. Okay, by creating an instance of HTTP headers, calling a set method on it, and passing your name of your header here and the value of your header there, and then passing it as a second argument wrapped inside an object to the http.get method. Now again, if you wanted to specify some query parameters for a particular request, then you can do that as well. So say for example, there is an API here that says that we can get the posts of a particular user by specifying their user ID. Okay, so if I select this API, then it should return to me all the posts in which the user ID was 1. Okay, so I can do the same thing for other users as well. So I've already implemented the get post by user button here. Let's implement a method that is going to get all those posts for us. So get user posts is going to be the name of this method that will take a number as an argument, which would be the ID, and then in case of this it will return to us an observable. I'm not really adding an interface for the posts here, so I'll specify this as any. Okay, and then this is going to return to me this dot http dot get. In this get, I'll specify the API that I wanted to use. This is the API. Okay, I'll add this to the URL at the top like so. I'll change this. I'll not specify this user ID equal to 1 separated by question mark here, because the ID can be anything, right? So instead of specifying it like this, I'll specify it as an HTTP parameter. So to do that, I'll have to import HTTP params from Angular common HTTP, and then in here we'll specify this as root posts URL, and then in this method here we'll just use this dot root posts URL, and then again to this I'll pass uh, params, this argument right here. Okay, so let's do that. Params. Okay, we'll have to create params though, so I'll create that. And to use params we'll have to do the same thing that we did for um, headers. So I'll call a set method on it. I'll pass params. This will be the user ID, and the user ID will be the ID that we receive here. Okay, now this ID is in the form of a number, but we want it as a string here, so I'll call a toString method on this to convert it into a string, and then I can simply pass it as a param here. Okay, now this is going to return to me an array of posts. Okay, but I don't really have an interface for that, so I'll just simply get the posts here. Okay, and I'll specify its type as any right now. Now in here I can use another thing. There is a pipe that is exported by Angular. Okay, the name of that pipe is async, so I can use the async pipe. Okay, what this pipe does is it unwraps the value that is wrapped inside an observable or a promise in this posts. Okay, once I get that, I can simply pass it through the JSON pipe, so it will convert those objects into a stringified JSON response, and then I can print it inside a pre tag like so. Okay, so I'll cut this pre tag here and paste it here, and let's say users posts in an h4 tag like so. Let's save this and go back. Okay, if I click on get posts by user, I'll probably have to get user posts. Okay, I didn't define this method call here, so I'll do that. Get user service dot get user posts. This accepts this dot user dot id, and then I'll simply do this dot posts equal to this. Now this is going to return to me an observable of type any that would be assigned to posts, and then I can simply unwrap the value that this posts had using the async pipe, and then eventually passing it through the JSON pipe. So if I go to the
application here, I'll see that the users posts is null right now, but if I click on get posts by users, I'll get all the posts here. Okay, and as you can see in the request, the user ID was added automatically by the HTTP params that we used. It wasn't manually did by me. Okay, so this is how you can basically create any type of CRUD operation functionality inside your application if you're leveraging a third-party API for data, a RESTful API for data. Okay, and this is also how you can add query parameters and HTTP headers to your requests. Okay, so this was all regarding the HTTP client. Now in the next section we'll talk this was all that we did in this section. In the next video we'll talk about observables and then how we can, what exactly are the differences between an observable and a promise, and how we can use subjects to share data between two components, whether related or not, uh, whether related or not related. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. So hello guys and welcome back. In the last section we saw how we can perform CRUD operations using the HTTP client class. In this section we'll quickly talk about the observable pattern. So the observable or observer pattern is basically a design pattern that is used for asynchronous programming, just like we initially used callbacks and promises. In this pattern, observable is basically an object that streams data from a data source. So there would be a data source and that would be adding some new data which would eventually flow to the user of that data via a stream. Okay, so it streams data to the subscribers using a push model, and observers are those who subscribe to these observables. Okay, now the data that is pushed to the subscribers can be transformed on the way by using some methods like map. Okay, and there are some other operators that are available in the RxJS library that can be used to do that. Okay, now there are basically some differences between an observable and a promise. So as we have already seen, observables can have multiple values while a promise can just have a single value. Then promises are cancelable while observables are cancelable while promises are not. Okay, and then we have a lot of operators that can be used with observables like map, filter, reduce, and fork join, while there aren't any such operators that we have with promises. And then finally, observables can also be retried using the retry and retry when operators, while in case of promise, if there is an error, then we'll have to simply need access to the original function to eventually call it again and then retry that operation again. Okay, so let's quickly see how we can use some of these operators. Let's see them in action. Okay, so now let's say that I'll just get rid of this username right here because I don't really need it. Okay, in the user service, when we are getting the users right here, okay, what I will do is I'll just transform this so that I can simply get the ID, the name, and the email of that particular user, and not the whole data that this API exposes. So I don't really want all these fields. I just want the ID field, the name field, and the email field from this response. Okay, so to do that, I can use the map operator, and then map is something that I'll have to import. So let's do that. Import rxjs /add/ operator /map. So that's where you can get access to map from, and now if you if you use it, you won't be getting any error, but this will give you a list of users. Okay, and this is something that you can then map and return. So I'll return users dot map, where I'll get one user at a time, and then I just simply want to return an object wherein I'll have an ID, which would be user.id, then a name, which would be user.name, and then an email, which is user.email, like so. Okay, so now the receiver of this data, that is the user details, or let's say the users, would now receive just the users objects with the ID, name, and the email fields. Okay, again, what we did, we used the map operator that we first imported from rxjs slash add slash operator slash map, and then we got the users that we were eventually expecting from this get. Okay, we'll get the users here, then we'll call a map method on the users. Now this map method here and this map operator here are two different things. This is an rxjs operator, while this is a method that we can call on an array. Okay, so that is something that we should I mean focus on. And then in here I'm simply returning an object with three keys: id, name, and email, with the values user.id, user.name, and user.email. Okay, so if I save this here and if I go back to my application, I'll go to the sources, and in here I'll open the users.component. Okay, I'll place a breakpoint here so that I can get to see what users actually are. Okay, so if I reload this application, I'll just press OK here. Now I see the users as objects, but each object will now just have email, ID, and name. Okay, before that it was the whole object of the user and the data that we were seeing in here. Okay, so that's how you can use the map operator. Let's also quickly use the retry operator so that we can retry for operations if there are any errors. So say for example, um, in the get user by id via this, instead of this id that we had here, I also appended some alphabets over here. Okay, so in that case this call is going to fail. Let's quickly see that in action. Okay, so I'll get rid of this breakpoint here, I don't really need it anymore. And as you can see, I got 11 errors here. If I go to the network tab, I saw that there's a 404 that is returned for this particular user that we have with the ID 1. Okay, so we got a 404 here because the API didn't really have a user with this particular ID. Okay, so in such cases wherein we get errors, we can use the retry operator. Okay, and then retry operator is something that I'll have to import from rxjs library. So something like this. If I go back here, then I can retry for n number of times. So retry can be given an argument named the number of times that it will retry, and then I'll also catch this error if the error still resides. So I'll also use the catch operator here. Okay, and then finally in this one I can catch for an error that I'll first log to the console. Got an error as okay, and then I'll simply return this error from here. Let's specify the type as any so that I don't get any errors. If I go back now, you'll see that there were 4 calls this time. The first call was 404. This was the initial call, after which we said that if this call fails, then we need to retry for 3 times, and it retried for 3 times, and after that it simply logged an error to the console, got an error as, and this was the error that we got. Again, the not found error, and this was also logged onto the console here. Okay, so that's how you can use the operators here to get a more better developer experience and catch errors without any issues. Okay, so that was it regarding the operators that we can use in observables and what all other operators that it exposes to us. Now in the final section we'll talk about a scenario wherein we can use observables inside services to share data between two components that are not related together. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about subjects and how we can use them to send or share data across multiple components in an Angular application. Okay, so subjects are special types of observables in a way that they can act both as an observer and as an observable. Okay, so subjects can basically be used to push new changes to an observable, and then they can also be used as an observable to subscribe to new changes. Okay, so it basically acts as a bridge or proxy between the source observable and many observers that are listening for changes on that source. Okay, so this is something that can be used for sharing data, and we'll see shortly how that can be done. Okay, so we have our application here. I'll just open the new terminal. I'll just make the text a bit short, and let's create 3 new components in this case: ng, g for generate, g for component, and in the components folder I'm going to create a parent component along with components 1 and component 2. Okay, now I'll just close all the other files and I'll open the app routing module here so that I could create another route. This route is going to be a parent route, okay, which doesn't redirect, but it opens up a parent component or loads the parent component onto the router outlet. And in the parent component that we have here, we'll add the 2 components, app-1 and app-2, like so, and save this. Okay, now I'll also add a link to the component, or I'll just maximize this again, and I'll add this link that says parent, and this should open parent, like so. Okay, so if I go back to the application now, I should see a parent here that has one and 2 works printed onto the screen. So the components are being loaded. Okay, now what I will do is add some code to it. Okay, I will be using a property from the user service in these 2 components. So let's say I had a property here, private, it's private in nature. I'll call it prop, okay, which is eventually a string, and then this property I'll specify the value as true. Then I can define 2 methods here: get prop, that is going to return a string, and as you might have guessed, we are going to return this dot prop. And there's also a set prop that is going to return void, but this dot prop is going to be set with a prop that is received in here, which is of type string, but this returns a void. All right. Okay. Now in the component one, I'll add this as a dependency. So private user service, which is of type user service. I'll import it, and then this I'll I'll also define a prop which is of type string, but this prop is coming from the user services get prop method. Okay, I'll copy the same code here in the component 2 as well, like so. I'll have to import this. So I did that, and now in the template I'll specify h4 component 1, and in nh5 I'll specify value of prop is, and then I'll interpolate the value of prop like so. Okay, I'll copy this template here and paste it in here like so, and instead of 1 I'll enter 2. Okay, so now in this case we should have two components, component 1 and component 2, both with a prop of foo. Okay, now I created a set prop value, a set prop method as well, so that I could change the value of this in here. So I'll use a button, change prop to bar, and I'll handle the click event of it. I'll call a change prop in here like so, and then I'll copy this, save it, and then here I'll call this dot user service dot set prop, and I'll set it to bar like so. Okay, if I go back, I'll have a button here, but if I click on it, the value of the service might have changed. The value of property in the service might have changed to bar, but I don't really see that change getting reflected in here. Okay, what if I wanted to get that change getting reflected here right away? In that case, I could use a behavior subject. Okay, so let's in the user service create a behavior subject. This is going to be public in nature because there is something that I'll be accessing in the component 1 and 2 as well. So I'll create prop changed, which is of type behavior subject, and now behavior subject is a generic type. So I'll specify a string as a generic type here, and then I'll new this up to behavior subject of type string, and to its constructor I can pass some value, some default value. So I'll pass this dot prop. Okay, and now in the components 1 and 2 in the ng on init, instead of using the get props method, I'll use the prop changed and then subscribe to it. Okay, so this is how we are using it as an observable. Okay, so this will get a prop that I can eventually give out to the prop that we have in here like so. Okay, and then we can do the same thing for this as well and save it in the component 2 as well. Okay, let's go back to the application and see what's happening now. So if I click on change prop to bar, then still I'm seeing the two old values here. Okay, because I subscribed for new values, but I didn't really push new values to that observable. So that is something that is remaining, and I'll do it right now. So in the set prop, when the property is changed, then I should push new value to that observable so that whoever are listening to it are aware that okay, a new value was pushed. And to do that, to push new changes to an observable, I'll use the next method on this, and then I'll specify the value of prop that we had here. Okay, now if I save this and go back, if I click on the change prop to bar, then the value here as well as the value here both changes to bar. If I reload this and show that to you guys again, right now the value is foo in both the cases, but if I click on the button, then this is going to change to bar. Okay, so this is how you can use behavior subjects to share some data and get the changes reflected right away whenever there is some change in a particular data. Okay, now again, since this is an observable, we can see that it's a never-ending observable, so the complete method of it is never going to get called. Okay, first let's log the error to the console if there is any. Got an error as. Okay, and finally this, let's alert this one. The Let's save this like so. Okay, now this observable is never going to get complete. So to prove that, let's see if we click on the button n number of times, we'll never see the this message getting alerted out. Okay, so even if I tap it n number of times, the property is going to change here, but we are not going to see any alert here. Okay, which means that this is an observable that is never going to end. Okay, but we should unsubscribe to observables whenever this particular component is going to be destroyed. So we should keep that in mind. So we should use the ng on destroy lifecycle hook that is provided by Angular, and then we should unsubscribe to the subscription. Okay, so first we'll have to save this subscription somewhere. Okay, so I'll create a property here named subscription, which is of type subscription. Okay, I'll get rid of subscribable. I don't really need it. Okay, now in here I'll just specify this dot subscription equal to this, and then in the ng on destroy lifecycle hook you can simply unsubscribe by calling a method named unsubscribe on the subscription like so. Okay, and that's how I can avoid any memory leaks if it is creating any. Okay, so that was all regarding subjects. And that is all regarding the section 4 of this training. Now in the next section we'll talk about things like directives, pipes, and eventually forms as well. So I'll see you guys in the next section. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. This is the session 5, or this is the part 5 of the Angular training that we are going through. And in this section we'll talk about directives, pipes, and custom directives. So these are a few things that we'll be looking into. We'll first have a look at directives, what they are, and then we'll have a look at Angular's built-in directives. There are different types of directives in Angular, so we'll go through each of them.
Then we'll also have a look at creating custom directives, both structural and attribute. Then we'll have a look at pipes, and we'll see what pipes can do and what they are, and how we can, what are all the different built-in pipes that we have in Angular. We'll also make some custom pipes, and after that we'll have a look at decorators, so that uh, it's a complete circle of the information on decorators, and you guys now uh, are well aware of what decorators are. But then this will give you more of a revisited information on decorators. And then we'll also have a look at custom decorators and how we can create them and leverage them, and what all are the use cases wherein we can use custom decorators. So there's a lot to cover. Let's get started. Hello guys, and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about directives in Angular. So directives are ways of attaching behavior to the DOM. So basically, what you do is you use a directive in the template on a particular element, and the behavior of that particular element changes in some ways. It might change the style of that particular element, or it might change a behavior by, uh, replacing it with something else, or hiding it from the DOM entirely, or showing it to the DOM, and other such scenarios can happen, or other such behaviors can be exhibited by that particular element in that case. Okay, so directives in Angular are decorated with an directive decorator. Everything inside Angular is essentially a TypeScript class, so unless we decorate it with something. So in case of directives, we decorate a TypeScript class with a directive decorator, and it can be used on other components and directives as well. Okay, so directives are registered on the declarations array in Angular in ng module. So if you create a directive and you want to use it in a particular module, then you'll first have to register it by adding it to the declarations array of the ng module of a particular module that you're using. Um, until and unless you do that, Angular will have no idea about the directive, and you might get an error if you don't. Okay, so that is something that should be done. Apart from that, directives can be configured as well by passing in some metadata. So we can, like, for every decorator that we have in Angular, that is a class decorator, we can pass something or the other as the metadata. So we can use this metadata that can be passed to the directive decorator to basically configure it in some ways. Okay, and then as we have learned earlier, directives also have lifecycle hooks. So there are four lifecycle hooks that a directive can have, and that would be um, ng on changes, ng on init, ng do check, and ng destroy. Okay, so the four lifecycle hooks that were related to content and view, that is ng after content init, after content checked, after view init, and after view checked, won't be available for this one, because for directives, because directives don't really have templates. But the other four, that is the on changes, on init, do check, and on destroy, would be available in that case. Okay, so in Angular we have three types of directives, and we have already talked about the component directive right here. So component directives are basically directives with templates, and these are the most common types of directives that we have in Angular. Every Angular application essentially can be visualized as a tree of components, and this is the type of directives that's most common in it. Then we have structural and attribute directives. So structural directives are basically the directives that change the structure of the template, or they basically add or remove some things from the DOM. Okay, so they are prefixed with an asterisk sign. So these are the three types of directives that Angular provides us with, that are ng for, ng if, and ng switch. We'll be having a look at them in the next video. Okay, and then we also have attribute directives. So these are the directives that essentially change the appearance or behavior of an element. Okay, and then they can be used as attributes of elements like these are the directives that Angular provides us with, ng style and ng class, and these are the built-in attribute directives that can be used. Okay, so that was all regarding the very brief introduction about directives. In the next video, we'll talk about the structural directives, that is ng for, ng switch, and ng if. Okay, these are some of the built-in directives that we have in Angular, that is the structural directives. So for structural directives we have ng for, ng if, and ng switch that are built into Angular and can be used right out of the box, and so is the case with attribute directives, and these are all the built-in attribute directives like ng class, ng style, and ng non-bindable. Okay, so in the next video, we'll talk about structural directives and how they can be used, and we'll be using them in code. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section, we'll talk about the built-in structural directives that we have in Angular. Okay, so to do that, I'll first create a component wherein I can load all these things. So I'll name this component. I'll generate it using Angular CLI. So ng g for generate, c for component, and in the components folder, I'll create a component named built in structural directives, like so. Okay, so this should create the component for me. I'll add it to the route so that I can have access to it. So if this is str-dir, then it should take me to built in structural directives. It will also import it from its respective path. I'll copy this path right here and save it. And now in the components header in here, I'll add a router link to that as well. Built in structural directives, like so. So if I go back to the application now and click on this, then it should load up the component. Okay, now let me just open this component. I'll just close other files and so. All right, so let's first talk about ng4. We already know the syntax and all. We have used it quite a lot of times in our previous sessions, but let's again quickly go through them. So let's say I have an array of messages, okay, and this is a string array, like so. Okay, I can define them right here, or let's just do that in the ng on init. So this dot messages equal to, this is going to be a list of messages, message 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say 5 would be sufficient for right now. Okay, now if I wanted to display these messages in here, I'll use an unordered list with a class of list group, inside which I'll have an li or list item with a class of list group item. Okay, so this is going to generate the markup for me, and now I can simply iterate through these messages using the ng for directive. Okay, this is a structural directive, so we use it with an asterisk sign. Okay, and this in here we can do something like let message of messages, and we can also get the index of a particular message by doing let I equal to
index. Okay, so now in this list we can do something like index would be I and message would be message, like so. Okay, let's save this and go back to the application. So now we should have this list with these messages. Okay, so the index is a zero based index. It starts from zero and goes through the length of this array -1. Okay, so this is how you can use ng for. Now to use ng if, let's say if I wrap this inside a parent div like so, okay, and then below that I have a button. Okay, I'll name it I'll define the class as btn and btn hyphen primary. Okay, and then this should toggle list visibility like so. Okay, so clicking this button will be toggling the visibility of this list. So to do that, we will have to define a boolean that should basically tell the template whether it needs to show the list or not. Okay, so show list is going to be a boolean. It would be defaulted to true. Let's save this, and in here we'll use the ng if directive. So again, since this is a structural directive, as it is removing a particular element from the DOM or showing or adding it to the DOM, it would be prefixed with an asterisk sign, and in here we can specify the variable name like so. Okay, and now in the click event handler of this button, I'm simply going to toggle the show list. So show list would now be equal to not of show list like so. Okay, so if I save this, go back to the application, I should see a button. Right now it's true. If I click on toggle, then it would be hidden, the list would be hidden from the DOM again like so. Okay, now the user experience is a bit irritating because I have to again and again go from top to bottom to just get a hold of that button. So I'll place it at the top so that the button stays where it is and the list gets hidden or showed. Okay, so this is how you can use the structural directives like ng if and ng for. Okay, now you cannot do something like use two structural directives on a same element. Okay, it's going to give you an error. So let's say if I try doing that, I'll first use ng if and then ng for on this list item. If I save, then I'll be getting an error. It will say that template parse error, can't have multiple template bindings with one element. Use only attributes name template or prefix with an asterisk sign. Okay, so this basically gives us an error if we use multiple structural directives on a same element. So that is something that should be taken care of and it should not be used. So I'll just undo the changes and place the directive on this div like so. If I save back and if I save and go back, then I should see the functionality to work as expected again. Okay, so there is one more structural directive that is provided by Angular, and that is ng switch. So let's quickly see that in action as well. So I'll use an h4 here, and I'll define this as um, ng switch, like so. Okay, and I'll go to the bootstraps um, website here, and I'll copy this markup like so. Okay, so we have four elements in here, and each element uh, has something in here. Okay, so I'll just copy all these. I'll press Control D to select all these dots. Okay, and then I can paste my markup like so. Okay, so it will make changes to all these things. And this generally is a shortcut that can be used in Visual Studio Code, and that's why I like it. So now we have these divisions with some text on them. Okay, I'll have to, I guess, add different text for different type of message. And then, oh snap, like so. All right, so let's save this and see how it looks like on the application. So we can see these four of them right here. Okay, but let's say I wanted to switch between these views depending on a particular value. Okay, so let's say I had an input field here, type text, and I had an ng model of, let's say, mm, alert type. Okay, so I'll quickly define this alert type in the template here, and it is going to be a string. Okay, now it's going to give me an error because I've used ng model, but I might not have imported the forms module. So that is something that I'll have to do. So forms module, this can be imported from Angular/forms. Okay, and I've imported it now. So let's save this and go back. Mm, okay, so now we see an input field here. Okay, and I'll go back to the template here. I'll style it up a bit so that, so I'll add a class of form control. Okay, that would give it a better look and feel. I'll also place a line break so that there's some space. Okay, now if I type something in here, then I want that these messages should show up depending on what I've typed. Okay, so what I can do in that case is I can specify a div here. That would be a parent wrapping div. Okay, and for all these four divisions that we have here, let's use the ng switch. Okay, and the value of this is going to be alert type. Okay, and for each of these that we have here, each div, we'll be using another div or another um, directive named ng switch for, like so. Okay, and now if the text that is typed in is success, then I'll show this one. If it is info, then I'll show this one. If it is warning, then I'll show this one. And if it is danger, then I'll show this one.
And then I'll also show one more for the default, and this doesn't really require any value, so like so. Okay, and this would just be alert. This is the default case. Okay, if I save this, I'll get an error. Ng switch can't bind to ng switch for since it isn't a known property of a division. Oh, so maybe I forgot something. Let's see what the issue is here. Looks like I screwed up with some syntax here, so let's check again. Oh, okay, so the ng switch that we have here needs to be a property binding. Okay, we need to share the actual property value of this one. This needs to be a property binding. Let's save this and go back, and then we have an issue again, and this switch for since it isn't a known property. Okay, let's quickly go to the documentation. It's saying that it can't bind to ng switch for since it isn't a known property, and that strikes to me as something that is a part of a different module. Let's go to the ng switches um, documentation here, and it's a part of the common module here. So I guess I'll have to add the common module as well to the imports array that we don't really have right now. So let's just import the common module. I'll simply copy. Oh, maybe I'll simply type the common module from at angular slash common like so, and then I'll have to add the common module to the imports array as well so that it could be used. Let's save this now and go back to the application. We have the issue again. Let's just break the application and try to run it again. This shouldn't be the case. So let's wait for it to get served up. Okay, so now it's serving up. If I go back, then I'm still getting an error. Strange. Let's go to the documentation of ng switch as well and check. The error that we are getting is ng switch for is not a known property. If I go to the ng switch documentation here, then it says that ng switch. Oh, okay. So ng switch case is something that should have been used instead of ng switch for. My bad. Again, let's save and go back to the application. Okay, so now we have this thing running up. So if I type something like success, then it's checking the default state. Well, looks like there is some issue with the template markup as well. I guess this should be the actual value and not something wrapped. So if I don't really do something like this, then it will check for a property named success in the component class that I don't really have. So I'll have to use strings here instead of that, or maybe I'll have to use property bindings, but let's go with strings as of now. So let's save this and go back. So right now I'm seeing the default case expected.
If I type in success, then I get the success alert. If I type in well, info, I get the info thing. If I type in danger, then I get danger. And primary, okay, what was that? Success info, danger, and warning. So if I type in warning, then I get the warning text. Okay, so this is how we can use the built-in structural directives like ngIf, ngFor, and ngSwitch. Okay, now in the next video, we'll talk about using some built-in attribute directives. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section we saw different types of structural directives that are built into Angular and how can we use them. Now in this section we'll talk about the different types of built-in attribute directives and how they can be used in Angular. Okay, so we'll talk about ng class, ng style, and ng non-bindable. Okay, so let's get started. So right now I have this application right here. I'm just going to add one more tab here that could be that could take the user to the built-in structural attribute built-in attribute directives section. So to do that, I'll create a component for that again. Okay, built-in attribute directives. I'll make this component and then I'll add a path to that in the app routing module like so. Okay, and then I'll also add a link to that in the header section. Okay, so now if I go here and I navigate to this section, I should see this works. Now we'll start with the directive itself. So I don't really see that. I'll just reload. So okay, now we see the built-in structural built-in attribute directives in here. I'll get rid of this and let's save this. And now let's first start with um, ng class and ng style. Okay, so let's say I have a button here with a class of button and button primary, and that says toggle gradient. Okay, and then I have a div at the bottom wherein there is some text like say this is a div. Not very creative though, but okay. Now, if we want to apply dynamic classes to this based on some variable, let's say I have the gradient toggle, that's a boolean right now, and I'll first set it to true, like so, and then I'm toggling that via this button. So if the user clicks on it, then I want to the toggle the gradient toggle like so. Okay, and now in the div here we can use ng class like so. So ng class can be used as a property binding on a division. Okay, and in here we will specify the class that we need to that the class that we need Angular to put in. Okay, so if this is true, then I want to put a blue gradient class
onto this div, but otherwise I want to put a red gradient to this class. Okay, I don't really have this blue hyphen gradient and red hyphen gradient classes as of now, so let's quickly create them. So I'll go to the built-in attribute directives component.css, and let's copy some markup to basically get this gradient. Okay, this one is the blue gradient, so blue hyphen gradient, and this is something that I'll be applying to the background of this division. I'll also add a red gradient to this. So for the red gradient, I'll copy these mm, hash values like right here. I'll cut it from here, paste, cut, and paste like so. I'll get rid of this intermediate stop like so. Okay, so let's save this and go back to the view here. So I have right now by default the blue gradient applied on this. If I click on toggle, then it is changed to the red um, gradient right here. Okay, let's inspect this element and let's set a height of about say 40%, or let's say 400 pixels. All right, and a width of say 400 pixels again, like so. Okay, so I'll just copy these two styles here and I'll place them on sorry, on the div as well. I'm not that good with CSS, but uh, like so. Okay, so by default it's blue. If I toggle, it's going to change to red. Okay, so that was something regarding the ng class directive that we can use. Apart from that, we also have something called the ng style, wherein we have to pass an object containing a list of styles that would be applied to this particular div here. Okay, so let's say for example, if I wanted to apply some text property, okay, um, in that case I'll specify the color as say white. So this should change to white. Okay, I'll also in change the font, so font hyphen family, and I'll change it to Courier like so, and the font changed to Courier in that case. Okay, again if I click on toggle, then the font uh, then the text styles are still the same, but I can still toggle the background here like so using my ng class. Okay, so this is how you can use ng class and ng style. For ng class, you can use ternary operations as well that we have used here. In most of the cases, you might not have to use it, but this is one of the rare cases wherein you might have to change the class of a particular element based on some value that you have on the template, so that you have on the class. So this is something that can be used in that case. And ng style is generally not quite often used, but then again to just show you guys how it can be used, here's a demo. Okay, now let's see why we use ng non-bindable. Okay, so let's say I wanted to print out a text in a paragraph. Okay, the text is the user's name can be printed on to the screen in Angular using the string interpolation syntax like so. Okay, if I save this and go back, then I don't really see the text that we have, this one. Okay, and why is that? Well, that is because Angular considers this as a string interpolation syntax, and thus Angular looks for a variable named username inside your class, but it won't really find that name, and that's why it's showing us the text till this point, like so. Okay, but if I wanted to print the exact syntax or the exact text that we have here, then for that I can use the ng non bindable directive here that is provided by Angular. And now if I save this, then I should also see the interpolated string right here. Okay, so this might be a use case wherein you are writing an article and probably you want to, you're writing a technical article, and in some cases you might want to show some text, but some text of this sort, but it would eventually be interpolated as a string. So if you don't want that to be done, then you can use the ng non-bindable syntax right here. Okay, I'm getting an error, maybe closing unexpected. uh okay, maybe there is some issue with this pre-tag. I don't really be using it, but again, that is something that can be used in a div maybe. Okay, so this is how you can use the string interpolation syntax as it is, or literally the string interpolation, to show to the user if you use the engine on bindable directive. Okay, so this was it regarding the built-in attribute directives that we have in Angular. Now in the next video, we'll start with creating our own custom structural directive. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section we talked about the built-in structural and attribute directives. Now in this section we'll create our own custom structural and attribute directives. Okay, so we'll start with custom directives. Now custom directives are again TypeScript classes that are that are decorated with the directive decorator, and then they contain a selector in the form of a metadata to which we specify the attribute that we want to use as a selector for a particular directive. So let's quickly use, or let's quickly create a directive here. Okay, so I'll type in ng g for generate, d for directive, and in the directives folder I'll create my first attribute directive. Let's call it change case. Okay, so what this directive I'm envisioning for this directive is that it will change the case of whatever the user types in. Okay, so if I go to this directive here, then I'll see that there's already an app change case selector added. Okay, so now with this, I can essentially use it in my component. I don't really have any component where I can host these directives, so let me just create a component as well. So in the components folder, I'm going to create a directive host component. Okay, and this will create the component files for me. In the app routing module, I'm also going to add a path for directives, and I'll specify the component name as directive host component, like so, that I'll have to import. Okay, now in the directive host components template, let's create an input field which is of type text. I can simply use the directive in here, like just take the name of this without the square brackets, like so, and I can use it. Now to check if it is working or whether the directive is getting called, I'll simply log something to the console. Let's save this and go back to the template here. Let's see, it's saying disconnected. Not sure why. The app is running, so I'm gonna have to empty cache and hard reload, I guess. Okay, if I go to the built-in directives now, let's do one thing. Let's add the link to the component host or the directive host in our headers as well, directives, and this would be directives as well. So if I save this now and go back, then I should see a directives section as well. If I click on it, then something gets printed to the screen. So we can say that the directive was called. Okay, now in the directive host component, if I change something, then I want that change, or I want this particular value inside the directive so that I can play around with it or change it. Okay, so to get an instance of the element that this directive sits on, I can inject something known as the element ref as a dependency. Okay, so I'll inject that element ref. I'll have to import it from Angular core. Okay, now I can also, now this, since this has an ng on init, if I use that lifecycle hook for the directive, then I can simply log the element ref value property to the console. So let me just log that console log and the value of this. Okay, let's save this. And now, right now there is no value, so nothing got printed. But if I change it, or maybe let's say if this directive had a value initially of say Siddharth, then Siddharth would have printed to the console from this change case directive. Okay, now with the name of this directive, it might be pretty clear to you guys as to what exactly are we going to do in here. So what I will do is that if the user types something in and blurs away from this directive or blurs away from this input text field, then the case of the text that the user typed in should change accordingly. Okay, so now since we will have to listen to the blur event on this um, input element, there is something that can be injected as a dependency for that as well in the directive. Okay, and or sorry, that is something that won't be injected as a dependency, but we can get a hold of it using something called
a host listener. Okay, now host listener is something that I'll have to import from Angular core, and to the host listener we need to pass the name of the event uh, that we want to listen to. So in this case the event name is blur, and after this we specify a handler for this event. Okay, so whenever the blur event happens, then I want to do something with it. Okay, so let's name this handler as on blur. Okay, now let's say that I wanted to simply change the case of this to uppercase. Okay, so I'll do something like this. So what I'm doing essentially is I'm taking the element ref that I injected as a dependency. I'm accessing the native element here, which is going to give me the actual DOM element or the actual uh, DOM input element for me. Okay, and then I can access its value attribute to get the value of it. And then since this value is going to be a string, I can call a to uppercase method on it to essentially change all the characters in it to uppercase. Okay, so this will happen on blur, and after changing that value to uppercase, I'm simply reassigning the value property of the input to this uppercased text like so. So let's save this and go back. Now, if I type something in, let's say this garbage text and blur, then it gets converted into uppercase. Okay, I can do the same by calling lowercase on it, save, and if there is a text here, then it will all be converted into lowercase. Let's type something in, all in uppercase. If I blur, then it's going to get converted into lowercase. Okay, so this is a way in which you can use directives in custom attribute directives in Angular to basically change the attributes of a particular element that this directive sits on. Okay, but there are a lot of cases, or there might be some cases wherein uh, see, Angular is not really restricted to just run on the browsers. It can also run in cases wherein it might not have access to the DOM. Okay, it might run in cases like in service workers, or it might also run in cases wherein you have to basically uh, generate some content on server. Okay, so server side rendering is required in that case, and in that case uh, you might not have access to the DOM. Okay, so in if that is the case, then you might not have access to the DOM properties, so we cannot directly access the DOM and change it like so. Okay, so there is a better way to do this, and that better way is by using something called a renderer. Okay, so let's first inject a renderer as a dependency. This is going to be of type renderer2. Okay, that can be imported from Angular core, so I'll do that. Okay, and now with the help of this renderer, we can basically change the value of this element. Okay, so let's first get this value here. So I can do something like value, or say changed value. Okay, and I'm sure that this is going to be a string, and this is something that I'll be taking from the element dot value property. Okay, now with the Okay, let's just convert it into lowercase itself right here. Okay, and now with the help of this renderer, I can call a method like set property. Okay, and to the set property, it requires three arguments. First one is the element that we want to change that property on. Second thing would be the name of that property, and the third thing is the value of it. Okay, so the element is going to be this element reference that we injected as a dependency. The name of the property that I want to change is the value, and the value is going to be the changed value, like so. Okay, so if I save this now and go back, I'm essentially converting it into lowercase. So if I type something in uppercase and blur away, then it should have converted it. Okay, let's check. Maybe I did something wrong with the template. Oh, okay. So this required the native element here, but I didn't pass it that. So I've just done that. Now if I go back and type something here in uppercase and blur away, then it gets converted into lowercase. Okay, let's see that again in action. Right? So, okay, now we have a directive that's using the renderer instead of directly accessing and changing values on the DOM. Okay, so this is one of the better ways of implementing an attribute directive. Now let's say that right here we just have the two lowercase or two uppercase hard coded in here, right? But if say we wanted the user of this directive to tell us how they want the text to be transformed, what exactly can be done in that case? Well, as we already know, we can do that using things like input properties. So let's say if this has a case and I specify here the value as upper and save this. Now I'll have to define a case, an input property named case in here. So let's do that. Input case, which is of type string. I'll have to import input from Angular core. So let's do that here. Okay. And now if based on the value of this case, I can essentially call two uppercase or two lowercase on this string value that we take from the native element. So to do that, I'll simply specify the case. I'll check for the case as upper, and if okay, let's rename this from case to something else maybe, or oh, I'll have to specify a question mark as well. So if this dot case is equal to upper, then it has to change it to uppercase, else it has to change it to lowercase, like so. Let's save this. And right now we have specified upper, so if I blur out from that text field, it's changing it to uppercase. But if I was here and the value was in uppercase and I had to change it to lower, then if I blurred out, then it would change this to lowercase. Okay, but here as you can see we had to use some other attribute binding to pass this value to it. But what if we wanted to just use this directive here as an attribute binding, or sorry, as a property binding, and then pass this value of this case in here? Well, in that case, we can simply alias this case here and alias it to the name of this directive like so. Okay, and now I can simply get rid of this case here and let's do that, and I'll use property binding now in this case and save it like so. Okay, now if I hover out or if I blur out, then the directive is still working, but the template in this case is a bit more cleaner. Okay, so this is how you can create attribute directives in Angular. Initially, we used the element ref to simply change the value property of this native element directly, but there are some cases in which we don't really should be doing this, or we shouldn't really be changing the DOM, because there might be cases in which Angular is running uh, in some environments where there is no access to DOM. So in that case, a renderer should be used that can be imported from Angular core, and then in the renderer we can simply call method like set property and then change the property value of this native element, that is our input field, to this value that we can specify in here. Okay, and we can use host listener to listen to an event on that particular um, input field like so. Okay, so this was all regarding attribute directives in Angular. Now in the next video we will talk about creating a custom structural directive in Angular. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section we created our very first attribute directive. Now in this section we'll create our first structural directive, a custom one. Okay, so let's create a directive file for it first. I'm gonna call it ng generate t for directive, and in the directives folder I'm gonna create unless, that is the name of the directive, and this will do what this will do the opposite of ng if. So basically if the value is false, then it will show the content on the screen, and it will not otherwise. Okay, so I created a directive here, and now let's start to work on it. The directive was not added. Okay, now it's added. So let's open up the directive file. Okay, and let's first see why exactly do we have an asterisk sign over um, over structural directives in Angular. Okay, so if I open up the components directive host and I open up the template here, okay, let's say if I have a variable here of type boolean, I'll name it show unless. It's a boolean variable and its value would be set in ng on init. Show un this dot show unless equal to true. Okay, now in the directive host components template I'll create a horizontal rule, and now let's say I had a division wherein we have an ng if. Okay, and to this I've specified the show unless in ng if. Okay, and this will show. Okay, let's save this and go back. Now we can see the directive this will show. Okay, in the ng if we set this value to false instead, then it's gonna get hidden from the DOM like so. Okay,
But what exactly is Angular doing here is it's somehow changing this syntax right here. Okay, it's adding some custom syntax, and that custom syntax is something like this. So it adds an ng template tag inside which it adds the content that we want to show, but now this time and with a property binding like so. Okay, so this that we write is essentially equivalent to this that Angular converts this into. Okay, so if I save this, you'll see two divisions here, or you'll not see both of them because the value is set to false right now. But if I set it to true, then you'll see both the divisions here. Or maybe not, there is an issue maybe. Let's see what the issue is. Show unless, and okay, so this in this case won't be on the div, it would be on the ng template. My bad. Okay, so now both of these divisions should show up, right? So this is how Angular transforms an asterisk sign that it has on structural directives into something like this. Okay, now keeping that in mind, let's start with the directive that we have in place. So we are having the unless directive. Okay, now what this unless directive will do is it will hide a particular element from the DOM if the value is set to true, and it will show that element otherwise. Okay, so first of all, to get the value, let's create an input property, and the name of this input property, and this would again be a property of type set. Okay, um, we'll name this app unless. Okay, and this should be the same as the name of this selector right here, and we'll see why that is really important. Okay, so now this will have a condition in the form of a boolean. Okay, and based on the condition, let's first import input as well from Angular core. Okay, now with this condition, we'll have to set something, and then we can do that using renderer that we have already seen. Sorry, this time we won't be using renderer. This time we would be using two other things. Okay, so this is the template that Angular creates. Okay, and there is a container in which Angular pushes this thing right here. Okay, so that we are able to see it on the screen. So these two things are the template ref, which is of type template ref. That is something that I'll be importing from Angular core. Okay, and this is a generic type if you hover over it. Okay, so let's specify the type as any right now, and then I'll also add up one more dependency in the constructor, and the name of this dependency is going to be um, view container ref, which would be of type view container ref. Okay, I'll also import this again from Angular core like so. I'll get rid of this import. Okay, now we have these two imports, and these can be used in the set property that we have above. Okay, so what these two are this is the actual template or the actual content that is going to be rendered onto the view, and this is the reference of this view container. Okay, so this is what is going to be shown, and this is where it is going to be shown. Okay, so now if condition is true, then in that case, if we don't want to show anything on the view container, there is a method named clear that can be called to just clear the container. Okay, and if there is something to be shown, then there is a method named create embedded view, to which we have to pass an instance of the template ref. Okay, so essentially what I'm doing is, if this condition is going to be true, then the view container is going to be clear, so it won't be showing anything. But if this is false, then the view container will create an embedded view, and it will project this template inside that embedded view. Okay, so if I save this here and go back, I'm not using the directive right now, so I'll have to do that. So let's just get rid of this template here, and let's also get rid of this star ng if, and instead we will be using star uh, app unless, and to this I'm gonna pass true. Okay, now in this case this should not be shown, right? Because we have opposite conditions in there. So I don't really see any division here, right? But if I change this to false and save and go back, again not seeing anything, so there might be some issue. Let's open up that file. So the name is unless directive.ts. I'll place a breakpoint in here and let's reload. Okay, so the condition is false as of now. Okay, I got what the issue is. This shouldn't be placed inside a string. This should be a Boolean value. Okay, so let's reload this and see what. Okay, so now it's taken as a Boolean. So now it should work. Okay, I'll just get rid of this breakpoint here. So right now the value that I have used in the app unless is false. So I'm able to see this div, but if I set it to true, then in that case it wouldn't be shown on to the DOM. Okay, and this is how you can basically use a structural directive. You can create your own custom structural directive in Angular. So again, what we did is we injected two things as a reference. This is going to be the reference of whatever is going to be projected into the ng template tag, and this is the container where that ng tag is going to be sitting. Okay, now uh, in the condition we have just reversed the condition. So if this is true, then we are just clearing of the view container, so it won't be showing anything to us. While if we want to show something, then and that is going to be when the condition is false, then we are calling a create embedded view on the view container ref, and that is going to create an embedded view, and in that embedded view this template ref or the template that is referenced by this dependency that we have is going to be projected. Okay, so that was our very own custom structural directive in Angular. Now that was all regarding directives. From the next video, we'll talk about pipes and Angular. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section, we talked about directives, their types, attribute and structural directives. Those are built in, as well as how we can create custom ones. In this section, we'll talk about pipes in Angular. So pipes basically transforms the output into a template. Okay, so you can think of them as makeup rooms wherein they essentially beautify the data, or they essentially transforms the data into a more desirable format. Okay, and these are some things that can handle both synchronous and asynchronous data. So they don't really change the data itself. They just transform it so that it can be used in a better and a more presentable way on the UI. And since the only responsibility of them is to transform the output into a desirable format, their logical place to be is in the templates. There are several built-in pipes that we have in Angular, but we can also create custom pipes if we need to. Pipes are basically used with the pipe symbol, and they transform the data in the templates. Okay, so multiple pipes can also be chained together, and they can also be passed some arguments by the use of the colon sign. And there are some predefined or built-in pipes that Angular provides us with. uh, some of them that we commonly use are async pipe, date pipe, JSON pipe, lowercase, title case, uppercase, and currency pipes. Okay, so these are all the pipes that Angular provides us with, and these are all built-in pipes that Angular has. So in the next video, we'll see how we can use these pipes that are built into Angular in our templates. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll use some pipes that Angular provides us with. So I'm just going to go to the components folder, and in the parent folder, I guess, I have some other components laid out. So let's just use this component itself. Okay, so let's say I create some properties in here. Okay, so I'll start with today's date today. I'll name this, and it's going to be a type of string, and let's initialize this to a new date, like so. And on the date I can call in a few methods. So I'll call the toDate string method on this. Okay, so let's save this right now, and just print the contents of this to the template. So I'll create an HR first, and then in an h4 tag, like so. I'll name this pipes. Okay, so first one is going to be the date pipe, and let's see without the pipe how does this gets printed onto the screen. So if I go back to the application here, I'll go to the parent. Okay, so right now it shows us that this is Saturday, February 10th, 2018. Okay, now if I pass it via the date pipe, then let's see what it's going to print. So it printed some different value this time. Okay, February 10th, 2018. Let's check that again. This was okay, let's date
without the pipe and date with the pipe. In this one we'll be using date pipe like so. Okay, so the date without the pipe is going to be Saturday, February 10th, 2018, while the date with the pipe is going to be just February 10th, 2018. So this is how you can use a pipe. Okay, I'm just gonna break this line as well. Or let's do one thing. Let's create an unordered list with a class of list group, in which we are going to have a list item with a class of list group item like so, and then we'll have multiple items in there. One of them would be this, the other one would be this. I'm just gonna copy this line here and paste it like so. Okay, okay, now it's better visible. Okay, now I'll add one more thing to the pipe, date with pipe and params. So to the date pipe you can also add in some parameters. Okay, and these are a list of parameters that you can add. You can find this on the documentation. Okay, so short, medium, long, full, long date. Let's say if I wanted this, then if I use full, in that case this is what I'm gonna get. Okay, the full date. Okay, so there are some other arguments that can be passed, like short, medium, long, full, and then you can also create custom ones. Okay, so to create custom ones, these are the formats that you'll have to use. Okay, so just have a look at this if you guys want to know more. Okay, apart from that, what you can also do is you can add multiple pipes or chain pipes together. Okay, so I can chain in another pipe here. Let's say I can use the uppercase pipe. Okay, so uppercase like so, or just upper. Well, it gives me an error saying that upper could not be found, which means that probably I'm using it the wrong way. Let's see how exactly is it used. So if I go to this one here, that is the source, then this is how it is. This is how it should be used. Okay, so I'm gonna use it that way, uppercase like so, and now it prints every character in there to uppercase. Okay, I can do the same thing for lowercase as well. So lowercase, and it's gonna print out everything in lowercase. Okay, now the sequence of pipes that you're going to use here is very important. Okay, and why is that? That's because there are some pipes that don't really accept some sorts of values. Okay, so let's say if I um, changed this to lowercase and then I transformed it via the date pipe, then let's see what's the output that we're going to get. It would still work in this case, but let's say if we convert this into uppercase and check if it works, it would still work. Okay, what about this one? Let's do one thing. Let's change the date, and let's use the raw date that we get, like so. Okay. In that case, I'll have to just change this to type date so that I don't get an error. And now let's see what this prints to the screen. Now we get a lot of errors, right? Okay, maybe I didn't specify any pipe here, so let's just do that. Uppercase, and it gives me an error. Okay, so it says that there is an invalid pipe in the uppercase pipe. So invalid pipe argument, the argument that we are sending here is invalid because this is of type date, while the uppercase pipe accepts a string in this case. Okay, but if I now, let's say, cut this from here and paste the uppercase pipe after it has been transformed by the date pipe. Okay, let's comment this out as of now so that we don't get any errors. And now everything runs as earlier. Okay, let's uncomment this now and see. And we are again going to get the same error, and that's for the same reason that we are passing a date to uppercase, which is something that the date but that the uppercase pipe does not really accept. So again, if we first pass it via the date pipe and then pass it to the uppercase pipe, in that case it's gonna work as expected, like so. Okay, so the sequence here matters as well. Now we have already used two pipes, the JSON pipe and the async pipe, in the users section. So let's go to that. Okay, now we got the list of users. If I select a particular user in here, then I'm gonna get some errors. I'm not sure why we are getting these. Let's check. Well, okay, so far from what I remember, the last time we had a look at that, we made some changes to the service so that we get errors if that was the case. So it should be in get users via REST. Let's check. We mapped the users like so. Okay, we got that in get user by ID. So, oh, get user by ID via REST was the case here. Okay, so I'll just get rid of this, and if this fails, then it's gonna retry, else it won't. Okay, so fetch complete, and I get a list of users right now. Okay, with the details of a particular user as well, right here. And if I click on the get posts by user, then it's going to get the post as well for me. Okay, now to display the posts in this section, we have used two pipes here and we have chained them together. So the pipes that we have used are in the user details template, and these are the pipes that we have used. So this is the async pipe that deals with asynchronous data. Whenever there is data that is fetched from some asynchronous source like an API or an AJAX call, then that data is simply passed to the async pipe, and the async pipe essentially uh, transforms that data that we got, okay, into synchronous format, and then we can essentially pass that to the JSON pipe, which will stringify that data so that we could print it in a pretty format like this right here. Okay, so again, if I go to, right now I don't really have the posts, that why it says null, but if I click on get posts, then you'll see that the null is replaced with the actual data as soon as we get the data from the API. Okay, so this is how you can use all the essential built-in pipes that Angular has. Now there are some other pipes that can be used, like the async pipe that we have already talked about. Then we have the JSON pipe that we have seen already, and this is again something that can be used in this format that we have already seen. And then we have two lowercase and uppercase pipe, and then we also have the title case pipe. Okay, let's just convert this to title case and see what we get in the response. So if I click on get post now, then it will convert everything into title case. Okay, notice that this wasn't the type of response that we got user ID, but instead here the u of this user ID is lowercase, the title ID and body is also in lowercase, but everything is transformed into sentence case by the sentence case pipe. Okay, so these were all the pipes that Angular provides us with, and there are some other pipes that you guys can have a look into in the Angular's official documentation. In the next video, we'll create custom pipes using Angular CLI, and then we'll transform data via those pipes. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section we used some of the built-in pipes that Angular provides us with. In this section we are going to use our custom pipes and we are going to define them as well. Okay, so everything essentially in Angular is a TypeScript class unless decorated with some sort of a decorator. Same is the case with pipes. So pipes are also TypeScript classes, but they're decorated with a pipe decorator. The pipe decorator has a name property added to its metadata, which specifies the name of that pipe and how exactly can that pipe be used. Okay, so in the last section, as we saw in the uppercase pipe that was written, here's the source code of the uppercase pipe that Angular comes up with, and it is a TypeScript class that is decorated with a pipe decorator, and then to the metadata of it, we have passed a name property, the value of which is uppercase, and this is how we use that pipe, right? Now the pipe implements a pipe transform interface, so it has to implement a method that receives the value that needs to be transformed, okay? And then this returns a value that will actually end up being the value that is the transformed value that would eventually end up being on the interface or on the template. Okay, so we can basically create a TypeScript class, export it, decorate it with a pipe decorator, add a name property to its metadata, implement the pipe transform interface onto the class, and implement the transform method that was imposed due to implementing that interface, and then return the transform data from it. Okay, and then finally add it to the declarations array as well of the module that we want to use it in. But if we do it with Angular CLI, then we can simply use the ng generate pipe command like so, and it will generate a pipe for us while it will also update the module for us as well. Okay, and then we can add arguments to our pipe as well. We'll also have a look at that right now, and let's get started with it then. Okay, so let's first see how our application looks like as of now. So we have the user details here, okay, and then we have this email right here, right? What I'd like to do right now is have this email converted into a link, okay, so that whenever I click on this particular link, it opens up some app like Skype or any other mail app that can be used to um, basically compose mails. Okay, it can open up Outlook or anything of that sort. Okay, so to do that, we'll have to use the mail to protocol. Okay, and once the user clicks on this link, then in that case it would open up an application that can be used to compose mails. Okay, so let's do that right away. I'll just clear up the network and the console as well because there might be some issues. Okay, now I'll just quickly create a pipe using Angular CLI. So ng g for generate, p for pipe, and in the pipes folder, I'll generate an appender pipe, and we'll soon figure out why exactly are we naming it as the appender pipe. Okay, now it already updated the app module for us, so I don't really have to add the class name to the declarations array manually. Let's quickly go to the pipe. It did not show up here, so let's refresh this, and now it got added. Now in the appender, we see that we have some value. This is the value that we need to transform, and it returns null right now, but we need to return something as well in return. So, and it also has some arguments that are right now optional in nature. So that is something. Let me just get rid of this, specify this as a string, and the return type as a string as well. Okay, and right now let's just send some empty string as of now. Okay, now I'm going to use this pipe in the user details section. In the template, I'll open up here. I'll use the appender pipe. So now instead of the email like so, I'm going to wrap this email inside an anchor tag. Okay, so this anchor tag will have this value right here, like so. Okay, and I'll just cut this from here and paste it inside the anchor tag. Okay, now the href right here, let's see what it's going to be if I save this. So the href right now is going to be localhost colon 4200 slash slash the email ID of that particular user, as can be seen in the bottom left hand side section of the screen. Okay, but that is something again that we don't want, right? We want some changes to it. So we can do that two ways. We can either specify the mail to protocol right here before this. So if I save this now and hover over it, then it's going to open up the mail. It's saying that it would be taking us to mail to colon front slash the email ID of that user. Okay, so if I click on it, then it would open up a mail app so that it can compose some mail for me. Okay, so that was some way in which we can do that. But let's say I wanted to use it in a cleaner and a more manageable way. Okay, so instead of doing this, I can use my pipe in that case. Okay, so let's just pass this through the appender pipe. Okay, and let's save this. Now in the appender pipe, let's add mail to colon front slash before the value, like so. Okay, and then if I go back to the app, it would again take me to mail to colon front slash the email address of the user. And if I click on this again, then it's going to again open up my mail app for me. Okay, all right, so this is how we can use pipes. So what we did is we took the value that was given to the pipe. Let's rename this to input so that it's a bit more clear. So this is the input that's going to be, and let's define an output here. So essentially the pipe is doing something like this. It's taking an input, it's transforming it, and then it's returning us the transformed output. Okay. So again, if I click on the link here, I'm going to be navigated to the mail app, like so. Okay, but
Right now, this is a bit more generic. I mean, this is a bit more specific in nature. Let's say if I wanted to show the phone number as well for a particular user, because I have the user interface, and the user interface gets a phone number as well, right? So I also want the phone number to get transformed in such a way that if I click on the link that shows me the phone number, then it should open up Skype, okay, and ask me if I needed to dial in that number. Okay, so let's say I also add that. So user phone, and user dot phone is going to be here. I'm not going to pass it through the appender pipe right now because it would add http :/ before it, and that's I'm sorry, mail to // in front of it. That's something that I don't want. And in here I'll use user dot phone like so. I don't really think the user dot phone would be visible as of now because something might not be right in that case. Let's just reload this so that we could get that particular detail as well. Okay, so it said that it cannot read property ID. It added the phone number for me, but right now it's taking me to localhost colon 4200 slash the phone number of that particular user. Okay, but that is something that I don't really want. What I do want, let's just first wrap this inside a div so that when the when the details are not present, then it shouldn't give me any errors. So I'll do ngIf and specify user here like so. At this point, I should not be getting any console errors that I was getting earlier. Okay, now I want a way to do this again with the phone as well. I could use the tell here to add a telephone link to this phone number right here. So if I click on this, then it's going to ask me if it wants, if I want to open Skype. If I click on OK, it's going to open Skype for me. Okay, but again, what we are doing here is we are hard coding some string. Okay, and that's not a really good practice. What if we could use the appender pipe itself in this case as well? Okay, so now the appender pipe, what exactly is it going to do is, let's make it generic in some sense. So there might be cases wherein I want to add something at the front of some input, while there might be other cases wherein I want to add something at the end of this input. Okay, so I should take two things in here as inputs: position, that is going to be a string, and and text to append, that is again going to be a string like so. Okay, now if I do this with an email, then in that case I'll first check with the position. If position is, and I'll save it to input itself. So if position is equal to pre, then text to append plus input is going to be the field that I want, else input plus text to append is the thing that I want. Okay, and then I can simply, instead of doing this, I can simply return whatever I'm getting in here, like so. Okay, so it's just a ternary operator that says that if there is a pre tag, then I should append the text to append previous to the actual input, else I should append it at the end of the input. Okay, now to use it in the template, we can pass these two things as an argument. So to the appender, I'll pass pre as the first argument, and the second argument is going to be mail to colon front slash front slash. And same is the case with the phone. I can use the appender pipe, and to this one again the position is going to be pre, but this time instead of mail to, it's going to be tell colon front slash, like so. And if I save this now and go back, the application has already compiled. Okay, now if I hover over this, it says that it will take me to mail to colon front slash the email ID of the user, and this one says tell colon front slash the phone number of the user. Okay, so our pipe is working as expected, and this is how pipes can be used. Custom pipes can be created and used inside your Angular application, like so. Okay, and you can also add arguments. Now this pipe can have any number of arguments. Right now I just needed two, so that is the case, but it can have any number of arguments as you want. Okay, all right, now in the next section we'll talk about something called impure pipes and how they can cost us a bit of performance, and but when exactly should we be using impure pipes. Right now every pipe by default is a pure pipe, so we'll see what pure pipes and impure pipes are, and in the next video we'll have a look at creating an impure pipe. And uh, this is by default a pure pipe, but we can, in the next video we'll see how we can create impure pipes. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll create a filter pipe, and then we'll see what all issues are there with a pure pipe, which is the default mode in which a pipe is created in Angular. Okay, so I'll generate a pipe named filter in here. Okay, and then we are going to use this filter pipe on the users array that we have. So I'll open up the component section, and in here I'll open up the parent section, and in the parent component class, I'll inject the user service as a dependency. Okay, all right. Now I'm also going to add a method in the user service, add user, which is going to get a user here, which is of type iUser. Okay, and essentially what this will do is it will add some users to this array. So this dot users dot push will push a new user right now. Okay, let's save this, and in the parent component, let's first get a list of users here. So users, which is of type iUser, array. Okay, iUser is again something that I'll have to import from its respective place, and then I can do something like this dot users equal to this dot user service dot get users, like so. Okay, now I have the users with me. I can open up the parent component, and I'll create an HR tag here, and I'll add an H4 here that says pure and
impure pipes. Okay, and in here we'll use an unordered list with a class of list group, inside which there will be a list item with a class of list group item, and we'll place an ng for on this let user of users, and for each user we are going to basically print something. Let's open up the structural directive a minute, and with that we can see the classes that we would be using. So in the parent component I'll simply use that like so. I won't be using the ng switch case, but I should be using the class of alert success. Okay, now in here we'll simply specify the user ID as user.id, then user name as user.name, and that's it, I guess. Okay, let's save this, and below this I'm gonna create a button, or just above that we are going to create a button with a class of button and button primary that will say add user. Okay, and then on the click of this button I'll call a method named add user that should be defined on my parent component. So this dot user service dot add user, to this I'd like to pass in an ID as say mm, this dot users dot length plus 2, then the name would be Jacob Riglin, and email it says jacob at domain.com like so. Okay, I'm just passing some random input. Okay, like so, and let's save this and see how it looks like. So I'll navigate to the parent component, and let's reload this. So I see a list of users in here. Okay, and if I click on add user, then the user gets added to the screen as well, like so. Okay, all right, now let's filter this user list based on the ID. Okay, we have already created a filter pipe here in the pipes folder. If I reload it, then I should see it. Okay, so we have this pipe. Okay, and the value, or let me just rename it to input, is going to be an I user array. I won't be needing any parameters that needs to be passed, and then this is going to return an I user array. Now again, I user is something that I'll have to import. Okay, so now in the transformation, what I'm going to do is I'll filter the input for user such that the user.id modulus 2 is equal to 0. So what this will do is it will filter out all the users with IDs that are even in nature. Okay, so I should get back all the users with even IDs. Okay, or let's say not equal to 0. Okay, so that I get a list of all the users with odd IDs. Okay, now I'm going to use this filter pipe in the parent components template here. So I'll pass the users array via the filter pipe like so. Okay, and let's see. Right now I just see 1, 3, and 5. Okay, if I click on add user, I don't really see the users getting added to this one though. Okay, uh, let's say that I also had a text field in here, input type text, and the value is going to be in ng model. Um, let's say filter id type. Okay, and then this is going to filter out by filter id type. Now again, this is something that I'll have to use inside the parent component. So I'll have to declare this as a string in here. Okay, and the appender, sorry, the filter pipe will also receive this as the filter id type, which is going to be a string. Okay, all right, now if the filter id type is, say, let's first check if this is empty. Okay, so if this is equal to empty, like so, then we would be returning whatever we got as an input. Else, we would return based on what's expected from us. So if filter id type is equal to odd, in that case we'll filter out for not being equal to 0. Else we'll filter out for input, each input's id to be equal to 0, like so. Okay, let's save this and let's go back to the view to check. Let me get rid of the things that we have at the top so that we are not distracted with all this template. I'll just comment this out as of now. Okay, perfect. Right, so now if I uh, we should also pass this something like, okay, filter id type is something that we are already passing to it, right? So if I save this now, if filter id type is, let's initialize it to an empty string. So if it is empty, then I should be seeing all the users right now. But if I type in odd, then I should only be seeing odd users. While if I type in even, then I should only be seeing even users. Okay. Let's say now that if I click on add user while I'm on odd, okay, it doesn't show me anything, right? But if I get rid of this odd here, then I would see that there are a lot of users added, okay, with different IDs, the same username though.
Okay, so now if I click on odd, then I should see all of them, and if I click on even, then I should be seeing only the even users. Okay, but what exactly is happening when, let's say, I reload this, and what exactly is happening if I'm odd and if I'm clicking on add user? Why exactly are the odd users not getting added to this list? While if I click on remove, if I remove the filter text, then I'm seeing all those users. What exactly is the issue with this? Well, it turns out that Angular doesn't really perform recompilation of the filtered results when there is a change in the actual data it is filtering on, right? So just to just to confirm that, let's quickly go to the sources section, and in here we'll place a breakpoint on the filter pipe. Okay, so whenever I type odd, then for each time it's going to run the pipe. Okay, but now if I click on add user, then it won't run the pipe for me. Okay, basically what's happening is that the input data is changing, but the filter type or the filter input, the argument that is passed to the input, sorry, argument that is passed to the filter pipe is not changing right now. So Angular will not recompile this, uh, the result of this transform method. Okay, and that is because it is by default pure in nature, so it won't do that, and it should not do that ideally as well, because it would cost us a lot of performance if it did. Okay, so it shouldn't ideally do that. But what if we wanted the changes to be added to this filtered list as well? Okay, so what if I wanted that if I clicked on reload, let me just get rid of this breakpoint here. So if I clicked on reload and then I selected odd and then added some users, what if I wanted those users to get populated right here, right now in this list? Well, to do that, you can specify something in the pipe. Okay, and it also takes something called pure. Okay, which is by default true. So if we don't specify anything, it defaults to pure. But if we specify this, then it's going to be impure in nature, or it takes in a boolean, I guess. Okay, so by default it is true in nature, but if I make it as a false pipe, okay, its purity as false, and then now if I select odd and then click on add, then I'll see that the users are being added to this list now. Okay, so this might be a use case wherein there might be a use case wherein you might want the data to be updated if there is a change in the data, while there is no change in the uh, in the argument to the pipe. But then this again costs a lot of performance, so you should keep the performance factor in mind while implementing such a thing. But again, if you want if you are in such a scenario wherein this is a particular sort of use case that you want implemented in your application, then you can make an impure pipe by specifying the pure um, pure argument name, or sorry, by specifying the pure field in the metadata object for the pipe decorator to false, which is by default true. Okay, and then if it is specified as false, the purity of it is specified as false, then it will run whenever there is a change in the data as well. Okay, so if let's say I select odd right now, and if I initially it was not running when when it was pure, right? If I click on add user, it will again run now in that case. Okay, and it will run every time when the user is added, like so. Okay, so this was all regarding impure pipes and what all are the use cases wherein you might want to use them. Okay, that was it regarding pipes. Now, in the next session, we'll revisit the topics on decorators and we'll see what all types of decorators there are in Angular and how we can create custom decorators in Angular as well. So, I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in this section we'll talk about decorators in a greater detail. Okay, so Angular offers four main types of decorators. There are class decorators, for example, components and for example add component and add ng module. Then there are property decorators, for example, at input and at output that we have used. Okay, so these are used inside the properties that are in the class. Then we have method decorators that decorate a method inside a class. And then we also have parameter decorators that are used for parameters inside constructors. For example, the inject operator. Okay, so in case of class decorators, these are the top level decorators that are used to express our intent for that class to Angular. Okay, so we with the help of class decorators tell Angular that this particular our intention for this class is for it to be either a component or a module or a pipe, a service, a directive, or any other thing of this sort. Okay, so these allow us to define this intent without actually adding anything to the class specific to our intent. Okay, so say for example in this class example component here, we aren't specifically mentioning anything related to it being a component. Okay, if you have a look at the code that we have here in the here in the example component and that of the code that we have in the example module, then you'll see that the code is exactly the same, right? So we aren't making any change inside the classes to tell Angular that this particular class would be a component and this particular class would be a module. We are just decorating it with a decorator, even though the contents of the classes are same, but this ends up being a component while this ends up being a module. Okay, so without having to actually put any code inside the class, we are able to do that with the help of these class decorators. And we have these many decorators that are class decorators in Angular. We have a component decorator, an ng module decorator, a directive decorator, a pipe decorator, and an injectable decorator. Component decorator helps us specify an intent to Angular that this particular class, which is decorated by the component decorator, is going to be a component. This decorator helps us, the ng module decorator helps us telling Angular that this particular class is going to be a module. The directive decorator does that for a directive, the pipe decorator for a pipe, and an injectable decorator for a service. Okay, so all we need to do is just decorate a class with these decorators, and Angular will already know our intent or our intention for that class. Then we have the property decorators. So these are the second most commonly used decorators in Angular, and they allow us to decorate some specific properties on our class. Okay, so say for example, if we have this example component here, okay, and this example component has an example property as it can be seen, which is of type string, then we can simply decorate this property with an input decorator, and that will tell Angular that this property is an input property and it can be binded in such a way to this example component. Okay, so we basically tell Angular's compiler that it needs to create an input binding for the property name and link it to where exactly it is going to be used inside the template. Okay, and then the value that is being passed inside this binding right here will automatically be assigned to this example property that we have inside the example class. Okay, so just by adding this decorator, the magic happens, and we sort of get some input value in this input decorator, in this property decorated with an input decorator, when someone uses it like so. Okay, so it is also quite easy to change, because if there is some change that is required, then that change should be happening only in the name that we see here, right here, and then in the name that is present inside this class, that is here, right here. Okay, so if and the beauty of this is that we can also create aliases for inputs. So if, say, if you want to change the name of this property inside that class, but still you don't want to change any other names inside wherever this particular input property has been binded to, you can alias it with the same property, the example property here, while the actual name of that property can change, and you can use some other name for it. Okay, and in that case you'll just have to change that name inside this example component. Okay, after that we have the method decorators, and these are very similar to the property decorators that we have in Angular, but then they are used to just decorate the methods in our class. Okay, so say for example, if we have a on host click method in our class, then we can decorate it with a host listener that will tell Angular that this particular method is going to be called whenever the click event of the thing that this component sits on is called or is triggered. Okay, and it will also pass us the event data that we can see in here. Okay, so it will pass us with the event data, and it would be available, so we can do things like check for any specific parameter that we want from that event object. Okay, so it lets us decide some specific methods in our class that can be used for this functionality just by adding a host listener. Okay, and that was it regarding method decorators. So apart from that, we also have the parameter decorators, and these are basically used if we want to inject a particular type of dependency in a component. Okay, so you can use it inside the constructor by using the inject decorator like so, and specify the property or specify the type of dependency that we want to inject, and this type of dependency is going to then be injected inside the variable that you specify here. Okay, and then if you log the variable right here, then you will be able to see that this particular variable is of type my service, as specified in here. Okay, so now this is something that we generally don't use, because we can use the metadata that is exposed by TypeScript, that will actually help us to do all the hard work. Okay, and so we can simply specify the name of the property, and then we can specify its type like so, and then Angular and TypeScript is going to do all the hard work for us, and basically tell us which, or basically give us an instance of that particular class as a dependency. Okay, so these are the four types of decorators there are in Angular, but then we also have flexibility to create custom decorators. So if we want to create custom decorators, then decorators are nothing but essentially functions that are called with some specific field or with some specific class object. Okay, and these are called at runtime by Angular itself. Okay, so since there are four types of things that are in Angular that can be decorated, that is a class, a parameter, a method, or a property, there are four types of decorators that can be manually defined. So first one is a class decorator like so. Okay, and this class decorator would be a function that would receive a target, and this target would then be a function itself. Okay, and then you can return from this class another function like so, or it can also return void. Okay, then we have property decorators. these receive two things. First one is the target object. Okay, that is going to be basically the property that this decorator is this decorator is decorating, and it also receives a property key which is of either of type string or symbol, and then this also returns a function or void. Okay, as you can see, because the function extends a function in uh, that we have in TypeScript, so this is what it returns. Then we have method decorators, and method decorators in this case would receive three arguments. The first one would be a target object, the second one would be a property key which can either be a string or a symbol, and a descriptor which is of typed property descriptor. Okay, and this is a generic type, so if there is a type of say a class or a method, then that can be specified in here. Okay, and then this returns either the typed property descriptor, or it can return a void. And then finally we have a parameter decorator that we have here, and is this is something that receives a target object, a property, and a parameter index, but eventually returns void. Okay, so these are all the custom types of decorators that we can create in Angular. Now, in the next section, we'll have a look at how we can create and leverage a custom defined class decorator in Angular. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the previous sections we saw a lot about the built-in Angular's decorators, but now in this section we are going to create our own decorators. Okay, so basically you can think of decorators as some things that can add some features to the existing thing that you have. Okay, so let's take an example of a laptop. You can decorate a laptop with some stickers, right? So we'll do that in this section. Okay, so we'll have a class named laptop that will be decorated with some stickers. Okay, now, to just translate this thing in code, we can say that there would be a class laptop that would be decorated with a sticker decorator, and this decorator will essentially do something like add a property named stickers to the prototype of this class. Okay, so let's see that in action. Now, for that, I'll first create a class. So to create a class using using Angular CLI, you can type in ng, G for generate, C for CL for class, and in a folder named classes, I'm going to create a class named laptop, like so. Okay, so it will create a folder named classes inside the app folder, like so. And now in here, it created a file named laptop.ts. All right. Okay, now let's also create a folder inside the app folder named decorators. And in here, in the decorators folder, I'm going to create my first class decorator. So I'll name it class.decorator.ts. This is a naming convention that is followed by Angular. So you basically name a particular thing. I'm going to name it class, then the type of that file, that is decorator, and then an extension of that file, that is TypeScript. Okay, so now as we have already seen, a decorator is essentially a function, right? So let's say I have a function. I wanted to name this decorator stickers, okay, or just sticker. Now, what this function will do is it will receive a target. Now, this target would be the class on which this decorator is placed, or the class that is decorated by this decorator. Okay. And since we want to use it inside the laptop.ts class, I'm going to export it from here. Okay. And let's save this. And in the laptop.ts, let's decorate it with a sticker, like so. Okay. Now in this in this decorator, what we are going to do is on the target's prototype, I'm going to add a stickers property, and in here I'm going to add the names of the companies or products that that sticks or the stickers of which are present on or sticked on the laptop. So GitHub, Google, let's say Mozilla, and let's also add an Angular. All right. Now this is the class that was decorated. Okay. So now let's say if I use this inside my parent component. Okay. In the ng on init, I'm going to create a variable named laptop, which would be of type laptop that I'll have to import from its respective path here. And I'm going to new it up to an instance of laptop like so. Okay. Now I can just log something onto the console. So console.log. So I should be expecting, even though this class laptop right here doesn't have anything on it, but still, since I have added the stickers property to its prototype, I can expect that this laptop dot stickers would be defined on it. Okay, so now I won't be getting the stickers property as of now, because laptop that we have here doesn't really have a property named stickers. Okay, so to access it and get rid of the error, we'll have to use this syntax instead. If I save this now and let's check if our app is running. Okay, so the app is running, and as you can see on the log, we are seeing the stickers. Okay, and this was printed from this line right here. Okay, so this is how you can basically create a very simple decorator. All right, and this decorator is present on the class. Now let's say if in the component, if you can see, we are passing something as an object to the component decorator. Okay, so what if I wanted to do something like instead of defining the properties right here on the sticker that are hard coded inside the decorator, if I wanted to pass these this value of the stickers property from where I'm using it, that is right here. So what if I wanted to do something like stickers and the value, let's say this right here. What if I wanted to do right now? It's going to give me an error. It would say that it is unable to resolve the signature of the class decorator when it is called as an expression. Okay, so to fix this, we'll have to somehow change the implementation of this right here. So let me just cut this. Now, if we want this decorator to accept some arguments as well, we'll have to return a function from here. Okay, and inside this function, we will be receiving a target like so. This function is going to be called by Angular at runtime. Okay, but the stickers that we will be receiving would be coming in here. So let me just name it configuration like so. Okay, so what will happen now is the object that we send here would be received inside this configuration object, and the target that we have here would be the class that this decorator right here sits on. Okay, so let's save this, and in the class decorator it's going to give me an error right now saying something. Okay, but what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to cut this, and in the configuration I'm going to set the configuration dot stickers of such sort. Okay, and now the error is gone. So if I go back and check out the console, I'm still going to get the stickers on this laptop class, but this time instead of hard coding the stickers from here, I'm fetching it, or I'm expecting it from the user of this decorator right here, like so. Okay, so this is how basically you can create a class decorator, and you can essentially use it in such sort of a use case. Okay, now in the next video we will be seeing a class decorator again, but this time it would be for some very concrete purpose. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. In the last section we saw about creating a decorator, a custom one, okay, that could basically set some property on a class that it sits on. Okay, so in this section, what we are going to do is we are going to create a logger for hooks in Angular's components lifecycles. Okay, so what our main motive would be is that we should see logs for certain life cycles of a particular component in here. Okay, so without us having to define each and every life cycle hook for that component. Okay, so our aim would be something to, let's say, use this logger or this hook logger decorator in, let's say, a component parent, wherein if I do something like hook logger, okay, it should essentially log um, some output for each and every lifecycle hook that we have on this component. Okay, so this is how I would be able to use it. Now I can also pass it some data like the hooks, which would essentially be an array in which I can type in the name of the lifecycle hooks that I want it to implement, like so. Okay, so ng on changes, something like that. Okay, so let's first create the decorator. Okay, I'll in the class decorator itself, I'm going to export. I'll get rid of this import. I don't really need it. Now in here, I'll name this as hook logger, and just like the above function that we defined, this will also receive a configuration object. But this time the configuration option is going to be a configuration object is going to be optional, so that we could use it this way as well. Let's just import this so that we don't get any errors. I'll have to save this one. Unable to resolve signature. Okay, because I'll have to return a function from here that would accept a target. Like so. Okay, so now my intention is to use it this way as well, so that uh, this decorator could essentially log for all the lifecycle hooks that are present on that component, while I could also pass it some hooks like so, ng on changes, and say ng on init. Okay, and it should log for these two lives, for just these two life cycle hooks. Okay, so now to do that, let's write some code here. So I'll first create a constant with the name of this component name. Okay, this would be target dot name. there should be a property named name on this target. Okay, and this would be the name of this component. Okay, and now let's also create some default hooks. Okay, and this is going to be an array of strings. This is of type string array. Now we'll have lifecycle hooks like ng on changes, ng on init, ng do check, ng after content init, ng after content checked, and then this would be after view init and view checked, and then finally we would have ng on destroy, like so. Okay, now the let's say the hooks to be logged would either be configuration.hooks. Now, if this is empty, because it might be empty in cases when we don't really want to do something like this and just use the decorator like this, then in that case, we should be able to use it as well. So if no hooks are coming from the configuration, then I want to use the default hooks. So the value of this is going to be default hooks in that case. Okay. Now for each hook, I'll call a for each method. Now this would be hook to be logged. Okay. And with this, we'll create a constant, which is the original function itself. Okay. And that would be target dot prototype dot, or the prototype of hook to be logged. Okay, this is going to be our origin or original. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to just change the original implementation of that function. So I'll assign a new function to this, and this might receive an argument or multiple arguments for that sake, like so. Okay, so now in this one, I'll just log to the console the name of this component that I have. I'll be using backtext, so component name is going to be this one right here. Okay, the hook name is going to be hook to be logged right here. Okay, and now if there is any argument, then it should be logged simply like so. All right, now after this, all I'm going to do is if original is present, and if that does, then I'm going to call, or I'm going to apply these changes on it with the args that I received. All right, so we almost have the hook ready with me, so let's test it out in action. I'll just this. for now and save it like so. Let's go back and see. So it says that hooks of undefined class decorator. Okay, so let's check if configuration itself is not defined, then we should first check for if configuration exists, and then we'll check for this. So something like that. Let's go back. All right. So if I go to the console, the default hooks are these, and the hooks that we have are these. That is empty. So in that case, we should have had some logging done here, but we aren't seeing any logs, it seems. All right, let's go to this function here and see what's going on. So the target dot name is the parent component, and let's go here. So we have these. Oh, so my bad. This shouldn't be hooks.log, hooks to be logged. This should be hook.log, hey, hook to be logged, sorry. All right, my bad. Let's get rid of this and this and check if it is working now. Let's just reload. And if you see, then we have all these hooks that were actually present on this component logged. Okay, so ng on changes wasn't logged because this parent component don't really have an input property defined on it. So ng on changes generally runs whenever there is a change in the input properties of a particular component. But since the parent component doesn't have any input properties, that wasn't actually a lifecycle hook that was defined on it. But ng on init was defined. Ng do check was defined after content init, after content checked, after view init, and after view checked. All of them were defined in that case. So if I go to, let's say, users, then we should see that ng on destroy would also be um, it would also be logged. Okay, let's now test this out with just two hooks that we have, ng on changes and ng on init. Now ng on changes won't be called, so let's just get rid of this and let's just print it for ng on init for now. Okay, so once this runs, I'm on the users. If I go to parents, then just the ng on init would be logged. If I did something like for ng after view init as well, so it would now be logged two times, one for ng on init and one for ng after view init. Let's also see this if this runs for um, the user details component, because this is a component wherein we don't have an input property in here, but on the user component we do have an input property. So if I decorate this component right here and save it, let's clear this out in the user section, if I go, then it's going to print the on changes lifecycle hooks logs as well, and this will get a user object that is of type simple users or simple change, and this would be the current value and the previous value, and whether it is a first change or not. Okay, so it's going to do that 10 times because we have like 10 user objects in here. Okay, and just to show it's doing that for 10 times, if I go away, then all these user elements are going to be destroyed by Angular. So we should see the ng on destroy log getting printed 10 times. So if I go to parent, you should see that 10 times it printed component name, user component, and hook name ng on destroy. Okay, so I guess this was it regarding a class decorator, a custom one that we built, and now this is just an example of a lifecycle hook that you can build, but we can do some other things of that sort. So I guess now you guys should be able to create custom decorators, and with just some basic knowledge of JavaScript, you can essentially do anything in here. Okay, sky's the limit. So I hope you guys achieve it. In the next video, we'll quickly see how we can create a property decorator, and how it can be used. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. So in the last section we created a class decorator. In this section we are going to create a property decorator. Okay, so now what we are expecting from this decorator is that if the property that it decorates should be a read-only property. Okay, so to do that, let's first create the decorator itself. Now, uh, let me just name this read only, and this is going to receive a value. Okay, and this is going to return a function, and this will have a target and the key that is required to be set. Okay, so in here we'll use the object.define property method to define a property named this key on the target. Okay, and in here we will use the set to set the key on this target to the value that we receive here at the top. Okay, and then in case of get, we are going to simply sorry uh, return the value like so, and then we'll just change this from we'll set the configurable flag here to false, like so. Okay, now we will be able to use this decorator. So in the parent component, let's say that I create a field here named read only, which is of type string. Okay, and let's decorate this with the read only decorator that we just created. In here we'll pass some value. So let's type in this is a read only string and will not change. Okay, so now let's first just comment this out in the log on console. Let's print this dot read only first, then let's try to change read only to this was changed, and then again let's simply copy this line from here and paste it here like so. If I go back, then these are the two lines that we printed out, 29 and 31. 29, that is right here, and 31. Okay, now what we did is what we are seeing on the screen is this is a read-only string and will not change in both the cases right here. Okay, but we did change the value of this read-only string to this was changed, but still it wasn't changed, so it's basically a read-only property and will not change. So this is one of the other use cases wherein you can use a custom decorator as a property decorator to basically make some property read only or configure it with some other requirement. Okay, so this was it regarding the session 5 of this training. Now in the next session we will be understanding forms in Angular, and we'll also create and use the template driven and reactive form strategies in Angular. So I'll see you guys in the next session.